All right, all right, all right. It looks like I'm live. RIP to our buddy. Well, shout out to Mr. Crypto Alchemist first, aka Burn Eye Mind's Third Eye Science Guy. Shout out to El Perro, aka the Word Wizard, and shout out to a new subscriber, the Eighth Day Independent Fundamental Baptist Evangelist. It looks like Mr. Kenneth Copeland is joining us for Dr. Crocko's spooky show. So, yeah, I don't know what you mean by knew it, sir. I hope you don't mean that you were denying or doubting me in any type of way, sir. Oh, I think I know what you're, oh, okay, no, you know what? Now I know what you're referring to. I know exactly what you're referring to now, sir. Yeah, that was easy to spot a mile away. Yeah, this guy.
Not interested in the same abusers and demons who you say are on the right path now, giving us an option to choose something for ourselves. Now, how did you verify that that was who he said he was?
Absolutely, brother. And it's only just to be able to serve you all, because all I want to do is gift you what I've learned.
No, I understand. You're pure and virtuous in heart and you would never do wrong. I got it. A lot of folks say that. Or the same thing. They all say that.
Just hear my intention. That's it. That's all I want you to get is my intention.
I get that. But the fact
so let me validate my claims. Okay?
Sure.
So I told you on a prior call that the cellular biology of eternal life was revealed to me in the original law of God.
Hey, when can I expect the list of facts and evidence to support your grandiose claims that you're in the room with all the top world leaders?
I keep asking if I can present things like screen captures. For instance, I had the Rothschilds head of the Illuminati. I've got a screenshot I can show you. He contacted me on WhatsApp and said, I'm representing Jacob Rothschild and the Rothschilds, and I'm asking you to be the Lion King of the Illuminati.
Now, how did you verify that that was who he said he was?
Right. Right.
Okay, you can say that all day, but when you've got Jacob Rothschild fronting me, and again, you can say, oh, that's not really him. When you run the world as the Lord of the world and you're letting people represent you on Facebook, when you had an agent, I had his agent tell me, this guy, John Gilliam, came to me in Venice and said, I come from the family who started the Federal Reserve in the United Nations.
No, I didn't ask you your whole rambling explanation.
Anyway, yeah, we're not here for that. So I'm going to go to the segment that this is dedicated to. This is dedicated to Mr. Crocko, aka Davey Crocko, aka Dr. Crocko. This was his channel, one of his many channels, Dr. Crocko's Spooky Show. He has supposedly passed on from us recently, as I have been pointing out in some of my recent videos, as has a lot of people, even Days of Noah, Chalk Body Outline, a lot of people were familiar with and were very familiar with, some people enamored by, if that's a proper word, and adored to this individual. Let me see if, give me a second here. Yeah, it looks like Mr. Wizard's stream didn't survive either. It wouldn't be the first time, Mr. Wiz, as far as the movie reviews go. But okay, so we're going to play this trailer here.
Hey, what's up, everybody? My name's Davey Crocko, and I wanted to just make this announcement for everybody. Most of you guys know me from my channel, Davey Crocko 2 or Davey Crocko 3. We officially have made our own channel for the Spooky Sunday show. A couple reasons for this. It was kind of getting in the way of the other research I was doing on those channels, where this is Spooky Sundays. Every Sunday we will be here live with a new topic. The audience votes on the topic out of 3. We pick a topic, we do the research, I do the research, and then I put together a full stream and do it live for you guys every week. If you're new here and you don't know about any of my work, welcome to the channel. I'm not going to do some kind of cheesy promo for it, but I just wanted everybody to know we now are doing Spooky Sundays on its own channel. It's not going to be mixed in with my other work, because on the Spooky Sundays, we're just having a fun time. We're doing, creepy, weird, spooky topics that with the other research and serious topics I do on the other channels, people could get the wrong idea. They could get the picture that, some of these things are so fantastical that they think the other research may be, going into that realm as well. So I thought switching it up to putting it on its own channel, and now we just have a destination for this one show. If they mess with my other channels, we always have the show that can't be affected. But everybody here that already knows me, I'm glad you found the channel. I'll share it out with you guys through my other channels. If you're new here, if you've never seen me before, I'm going to be putting up all the old episodes. There's 13 in total that we've already done. And this week, we already have the poll up. Now, what we do, like I said, most of you guys already know this, is that we make a poll usually around Monday or Tuesday. And you have 3 topics to choose from. You vote on it. Now, this week's topics are hauntings, possessions, and exorcisms, devil's triangles and portals, Aleister Crowley, magic, and the occult. So we'll vote on that. And then on Saturday, we'll announce who wins. And then on Sunday, we do the show live. There's not a set time for the show, but usually at the nighttime, we like to get that spooky vibe going. And I think moving it to now its own channel is the best way to go. Now it doesn't have anything to do with the other channels that I run, that I do a very serious deep dive on some topics. We have, some things that happen with making fun of some other YouTubers sometimes, situations that, led to people doxing me and just all this crazy stuff. We want to keep that kind of separate from the show. And then it also helps for any guests that want to come on the show. We just have specifically a Spooky Sunday channel. They can come check it out. They don't have to go through, 100 different videos of my work to find the episodes. It'll just all be only the episodes of Spooky Sunday. And I don't think I have to explain it too much, but I wanted to make a little video just to say welcome to the channel. It's called Dr. Crocko's Spooky Sundays. Some people will get that joke, some people won't, but I think if you're new here, just stick around, come by the show. It's live. It's very interactive. The audience is great. The community that we've built up through, multiple other channels, they're all awesome people. It's very engaging, and the topics are always great. We always have a fun time with it. And we're just truly trying to make some of these conspiratorial topics that YouTube has long forgotten and tried to get rid of. We're trying to make those fun again. So on my other channels, we do a more serious deep dive, fact-based research. We fact check things. We make sure that we're giving the best information, and we do deep dives on a lot of topics, and pretty much nothing is off the table. With Spooky Sundays, you're getting into UFOs, you're getting into ghost stories, you're getting into the missing 411, you're getting into staircases in the woods. Now, sometimes we do serious topics like MK Ultra and stuff like that is fact-based, but it's really the real fantastical, the spooky, the scary, the downright creepy, and we just try to have fun with it over here. So welcome to the channel. I'm glad you guys found me. I will be sharing the links out on my Twitter, on my community tab on my other channels, and I hope to see you guys this Sunday for episode number 15. The link to the voting for it will be down in the description of this video, and as always, I will see you in the next show.
All right, so let's see if
Bermuda
it'll.
Triangle, also known as the Devil's Triangle, stretches between Puerto Rico, Miami, and Bermuda,
Okay.
an area of 500,000 square miles. Barely a month goes by without a boat or plane vanishing without a trace. In the last 100 years, thousands of people have lost their lives here. And no one is really sure why.
Aleister Crowley, the man who called himself the Beast 666, black magician, drug fiend, sex addict, and traitor to the British people.
The parents checked the boy into Washington's Georgetown University Hospital. He was strapped to the bed. Father Hughes blessed the child, knelt at the bedside, and the ritual began.
Okay, so that was a tease, really, kind of an intro. A welcome to Dr. Crocko's Spooky Sunday channel little video there. So I have 2 videos queued up, and what I did was I was just browsing the channel a little bit, and I was looking at his most popular. I mean, I was browsing through all his. Again, this channel only has 35 videos. 35 videos, and yet 1.6K subs. So that should say a lot about his, the type of, for lack of a better term, following that he managed to garner over time from his other work and other channels. And again, I was a little bit surprised to hear even Days of Noah give him a shout out on one of his past streams. And ironically enough, that stream is no longer up, and I just can't help but theorize certain things, like because Dave's got his stream taken down. It says if you look at it for a copyright strike from, I think it was like CBS or something like that. So I don't remember him playing anything. I didn't watch the whole stream, but my conspiratorial mind, I just can't help but feel that it's like YouTube can't let his an audience as big as Days of Noah's audience with over 100,000 subs get word of one of these smaller channels passing, and therefore turning more people onto his work, and therefore honoring it and spreading it to more people. Anyway, that's kind of my idea here tonight. I see a lot of myself in this gentleman. So even down to the physical appearance there. But the description for his channel, it says, "Welcome to the official Spooky Sunday channel. Every Sunday we bring you a new topic voted on by the community. The creepy, the spooky, and the outright bizarre things of this realm most chalk up to history's mysteries. Here we take a deeper look. See you on Sunday." And that's so funny that it says history's mysteries, because I was just watching Mr. Jack Talcott, and he said those very words, history's mysteries, literally just an hour ago. So how's that for synchronicity? But again, ShaunOfSource, aka Pineal Power People Podcast, coming at you. This is Mr. Davey Crocko. So I'm gonna let it run. I'm gonna let it roll. Maybe I could take a vote. You drop a 1 in the chat if you want me to play the 2-hour, almost long Mystery Night episode, or the less than 1 hour. It's a 49-minute episode, a Spooky Sunday called Underground. I could play both, and that would be about 2.5 to 3 hours if I do that. Unless I throw it into a quicker speed, then of course you could cover it in less time. But as you can see, there's already some RIPs in this stream from 3 years ago. So people are, I'm not the only one scanning this gentleman's content. Both? Okay, sounds cool. Wow, I love your picture, Tracy. It does sound cool. All right, let's do it. We'll start with the Underground and then go to Mystery Night, episode 22 and 26. So get your snackage and peace and love.
Could be built existing these 1972 technologies. In August of that year, Salter wrote Rand
dimension, beyond that which is known to man. Throughout human history, people have reported seeing dark, shadowy, human-like figures stalking from afar.
Something forcefully took that one off the hill, and nobody will talk about it.
Every fifth call I go on, I end up running across a set of stairs.
Hello?
Have you checked the children? By the end of the war, the Americans started to realize that the Germans had fantastic technology.
In 1989, Al Bielek came forward to reveal his participation in the astonishing Philadelphia experiment, and that he had survived time warping.
And I've said it many times, folks, we are at war. Those who are managing it and controlling the people while it happens are those who are masquerading as government.
When you look at the map, could we be looking at the remnants of the memories of ancient worldwide civilization?
The grand architecture. Who built all this?
Good evening, everybody. How is everybody doing on this wonderful Sunday night? Welcome to episode number 22 of Spooky Sundays. I will be your host for the evening, Dr. Crocko. Every week we come up with a new set of mysteries, conspiracies, odd things in our world to bring to you guys. And tonight's topic will be about underground bases, inner Earth, Agartha, high-speed rails that connect the elites, and a little thing called Mel's Hole. It's very nice to see everybody. So glad to see a good crowd here tonight. And we are all in the mood to get away from the quarantines and the pandemics and all of our world's problems, to have a little fun and just let everything out of our mind and listen to some spooky stories. So how is everybody doing? I see there's about 100 people here already. I really like to see that. Anybody new here, welcome. We're very happy to have you. And to all my loyal subscribers, I thank you so much. Now, I have to get two things ready before I started. I want to make sure the chat is on the screen, or we'll have to change things up. We'll have to get Dr. Crocko on the scene. Your host, Dr. Crocko. Just give me 1 second to fix that. All right. And as I do it, it looks like it's all good now. It's funny how that happens. All right. Very professional here. Perfect. All right. Hopefully the chat looks good on the screen and everything just keeps rolling along. So how's everybody doing here? Last week we did an episode number 21 where we went through some Dogman activities. I hope anyone that's here could share the stream out. It'd be very helpful for all of us, but I just appreciate everybody being here. I might change the chat color on the screen, but we'll have to deal with that another time. Like I said, tonight's topic is going to cover everything from America's vast underground tunnels, secret military bases, maybe a fight with aliens underground, the mystery booms, the elites' underground bunkers, Mel's Hole, Phil Schneider, and we'll see how far we get after we get through all of those topics. So without any further ado, I say we jump right into it. I was going to wait a few minutes for people to make their way in, but I think we are ready to get away. Again, before we start, my name is Dr. Crocko. This is Spooky Sunday, and if anybody here would like to help out the show, donate the show in any way, I will give you those links in the chat, and the options that you could go through is PayPal, but you could also write a comment on stream to have it read throughout Streamlabs, and I will get to those towards the end of the show. So it's paypal.me/Davey Crocko or streamlabs.com/Crocko Show. Have its own Streamlabs, not connected with the other channels. Very lovely to see everybody. I see Katie Reed. I see Al Fate. Linda, I know, is in the house. Social Observer with a Phil Schneider. Yes, $1.99 super chat. We appreciate it. Now, the next donation that comes in, I'll see if my thing worked. I tried to set up some kind of text thing, but I'm probably gonna have to read them. But there should be a thing that like flashes across the screen to say that you gave a donation. If it doesn't work, then I just screwed up on that one. Mr. Smith, very good to see you. Okay, 10 minutes of babbling just to wait for people to get in. I think we're ready for the show. Now, many individuals claiming to have having to see weird creatures underground also report that they saw human scientists and/or military personnel underground with them. Then you guys can let me know about the music levels too. These observations indicate that at least one or two groups that are rogue or sanctioned intelligence groups are acting in unison with whatever race of creatures are living underground. Since most black budget scientific military operations are conducted from, hidden subterranean command centers, it makes research into this sightings and other things you see very hard to find. Government whistleblowers and retired military personnel have publicly stated that during their employment, they observed that our government has a massive network of tunnels with high velocity trains linking secret underground bases. Thomas Castello, a former Dulce base security officer, reported an associate at Dulce had a tube shuttle station linked to several other secret underground bases. And they've actually mapped these out, and we will be getting through all of that. At first hearing these statements, they seem too far out to be true. We've all seen television shows about tunnels, and they always show how expensive, dangerous, and disastrous near-surface tunnel construction can be. So obviously an undertaking such as constructing a massive sci-fi-like network underground tunnels would take too much money and hundreds of years to build. Not so, say scientists. Robert Salter, 1972, who was a lead scientist with the Rand Corporation, announced during an interview with the LA Times science writer George Getz that a high-speed system could be built existing these 1972 technologies. In August of that year, Salter wrote Rand document P4874. The publication was titled The Very High-Speed Transit System. The 17-page report detailed the technologies involved to make a possible underground high-speed rail that could reach up to 14,000 miles per hour. By 1978, the proposal grew into dimensions and attracted serious consideration from government officials, intelligence departments, and the U.S. military. Even though the National Geographic, History, and Sci-Fi channels have programs exposing underground cities and ancient civilizations, only our imaginations can provide insight into how extensive a national security network of tunnels might be if the black operations world were given the green light. Now, most of the time they call these deep underground military bases DUMBs. It's one of their terms they use to explain what it is, a DUMB. It's not dumb. They just call it a DUMB. At some point, you might know the U.S. is rumored to have secret high-speed VHST, very high-speed transit systems. It is used from anywhere to shuttling workers, around to their secret underground bases, to being favored by corporations, shadow government personnel, black ops, etc. It is rumored to cruise at speeds of 14,000 miles per hour. Government whistleblowers and retired military personnel have publicly stated that during their employments, they observed that our government has a massive network of tunnels with super velocity trains linking underground bases. Thomas Costello, a former Dulce base officer, reported an associate that it's also had a tube shuttle station linked to several other military bases underground. And this will be a common theme. And I'll try to give you some examples of some maps and some other things that were used. Tunnels secret include military uses, underground military networks. As government scientists and funds literally shoot from the stars with NASA missions and the new Space Force, other major programs are heading the other way, into the Earth, into Agartha. Now, conspiracy theorists, us wackos over here, have long wondered what facilities exist underground. Secret bases, perhaps hardened shelters to protect the elites in government and industry in the event of a catastrophic event. Say like a pandemic came out of nowhere and these people needed somewhere to go. Do you think they have deep underground military bases that they can travel from one to another? That sounds very likely to me. From Mystery Wire Archives, a multi-part investigation that travels deep beneath the Earth's surface to see what's down there. We're going with state-of-the-art work here. A Nevada test site work told us. These tools we brought in are from labs and then adapted them to underground environments. Tunnels that run for miles, some with their own rail systems, bases that stretch out in many directions, secret technology that can only be tested far under the Earth's surface. Investigative reporter George Knapp, he's the guy that behind the Bob Lazar story, was given unprecedented access to the classified labs, programs, and personnel. So George Knapp did an investigation on this. You can see some of the outlines. They do these tunnels, they bore them out, and then there's a high-speed rail that connects every single base. You can jet across the country in, the matter of seconds. Because why would any elite need to travel with us underclass folks? Now here's a map of U.S. government underground facilities and the military bases, and you can see how they can connect. Area 51 is on there, but you can go from California, and these are all linked throughout the whole country. Survival expert Robert Vicino claims that world leaders know the end of the world is coming and are secretly preparing the underground bunkers. That sounds a lot like the pandemic that we're in right now, or what the elites would have you call it, a plandemic, because they know this was coming. That's why they ran all their simulations. But don't worry, they have elite underground bases already set up for themselves. A U.S. expert claims massive complex has been built under Denver and linked to Washington by high-speed trains. I hear a lot of rumors that is the Denver airport, the mysterious Denver airport with all their murals that one of these underground bases start. Now, he is the head of a film company, Robert Vicino, and he's claimed governments, including the U.S. and the UK, are making top secret plans to save their skins, which don't include us. As George Carlin said, it's a big club and you ain't in it. He said they are using huge drills to dig under huge underground bases below the Rocky Mountains, connected by high-speed trains for a select few. He cites a recent emergency drill in Russia as proof that the end may be near. He also told the Daily Star they do not have a plan for you or me, but they have a plan for themselves. You have to ask yourself, why did Russia just have a drill for 40 million people? The American claims that the deep underground shelters have been 30 years.
Okay, I'm dropping the link to join the panel. If anybody is an acquaintance or supporter of his work over the years, tell us all about it and him, I'd love to hear it. We'd love to hear it, so don't hesitate.
In the building, but are now complete. And you can always look through underground bunkers of the elites, and you can start seeing how they do it, how they enter these. Some of them have chutes that they drop down into some kind of boat or quick getaway that'll lead them to the destination they need to get to. Others have chutes in their chair in their office that they go down below the basement.
I just want to say it kind of makes me think of They Live, that scene in They Live where they go underground into the tunnel system. And clearly, it's where they call it the power elite in that movie, where the power elite all meet. And yeah, if you haven't seen They Live, specifically that scene that I'm referring to, you got to watch that, man. Where you been? It's the 80s.
Then all of a sudden they're 20 stories below a basement. It was also announced when it was suppressed, no government agency was allowed to ever discuss it again. Keep it secret. Keep those black projects secret. So we're going to stay on the topic of these military bases for a second, and then we're going to start going through doomsday scenarios. We have some stuff on Mel's Hole. We have mystery booms. We have the digging underground. We have hollow earth. We got a lot of stuff that goes around this underground topic. I thought this would be a fun topic for everybody. Well, welcome everybody. I saw a couple people. Andy says, what do you mean by black projects? Well, use your imagination, my friend. Social Observer for $2 super chat says Phil Schneider, yes. Samuel GWR says peace and chicken grease for $5. Glitchmod says Dave is not naughtier for $1.99. And Glitchmod said Davey can smell me through the internet with that nose. Well, I hope you're doing good on your naval ship, protecting all the pedophiles, my friend. And I appreciate the $4.99. Thank you very much. If anybody else wants to help out the channel, before I forget to do this, you can also use PayPal and Streamlabs, and the Google overlords will not take 40% of your money, but everything's appreciated that comes in. I obviously appreciate the super chat. So PayPal, Streamlabs, thank you guys. Nothing obligated, always appreciated. In this country, during the early 1950s, numerous subterranean bases were built that would allow the president and certain members of his cabinet and Congress to survive a nuclear attack. We've been building bases since World War I that were pretty impressive. But that's when we were learning it really didn't become a real pressing matter to have deep military bases until the nuclear age. And until that age, we have not only had nuclear weapons, but delivery systems that were sort of like bunker busters that could deliver nuclear weapons deep under the rock before detonating. So they had to keep up, with the weapons of the times and everything else that was being developed. As the weapon systems were being developed to take out deep underground military bases, the deeper they went and the more sophisticated they came. Now, the subterranean highway in America is like a freeway, except it's underground. The highway depends on electric motors for trucks, cars, and buses. For the paved roads and for its limited travel, there's another style of transit for the freight and for the passengers, and that is for rapid travel. The worldwide network is called the subglobal system. It has checkpoints in each and every country. There are shuttle tubes that shoot the trains at incredible speeds using a magnet, maglev, and vacuum method. They travel at a speed that excels the speed of sound. Part of your question involves the location of entrances of the base. The easiest way to answer that is to say every state in the USA has them. Frequently, the entrances are camouflaged as sand quarries or mining operations. Others, complex portals are found on military bases. New Mexico and Arizona have the largest amount of entrances, followed by California and Montana. The shuttle system is a transportation system connecting underground installations together. It covers the entire continental U.S. and extends through Central America and Brazil and into Argentina. Now, you always hear the elite have their underground bases or their doomsday bunkers that they like to have all set up in case if the world is going to fall apart. As the Cold War heated up in the 1950s, the U.S. government devised top secret plans to ensure the survival if the Soviet Union launched a nuclear attack. These continuity of government preparations included building government officials out of harm's way and moving these high-ranking officials out of harm's way, from a White House at sea to a subterranean capital at a posh resort. So they have one called the Greenbrier White Sulphur Springs in West Virginia. For decades, the most ambitious Cold War hideout for the U.S. government was hidden in plain sight at a mountain retreat 250 miles southwest of the capital city. They had something called the Floating White House. Beginning in 1962, 2 special Navy command ships would be the floating ship to get them to these other locations. There's one called Groves Park Inn in Asheville, North Carolina. The Supreme Court's doomsday digs would have been more luxurious than those of Congress and the White House. The nation's highest court decided in 1955 that in case of an apocalypse, it would convene inside of one of 3 banquet halls of the palatial Grove Park. And you guys have seen numerous things of these. Cheyenne Mountain, a very popular one. And not only do they use these things, but your high-level CEOs like Bill Gates, your high-level CEOs like Mark Zuckerberg all have bug-out plans where they can leave the location of their business by the push of a button. There's rumors that Bill Gates has one that drops him down into a boat in an underground, tunnel system with water. He jet skis out of there, and then he gets to go to his underground military base. So these people will all be fine. They can all be fine during the pandemic. Now, you guys may have heard of mystery booms that we're having a couple of years ago, and everyone was asking a lot of questions about these.
Yes, boom noises outside Bloomington. Well, they're actually waking people up almost every night.
A lot of people are wondering about this. They're fed up, and tonight they want answers. Fox 59's Mike Sullivan went to Bloomington to find out what could be behind these mysterious noises.
We're all afraid of what goes bump at night.
To me, it sounds like really loud fireworks, like a shotgun times 10.
I'm thinking cannon.
The unexplained, the unidentified, that keeps children awake.
And then it's hard to get her back to sleep after she hears that noise.
This piercing horror film plays out near Stanford, just outside of Bloomington.
It happens nearly every night, and it starts around 10 o'clock.
I'm going to say 4, 5, maybe 6 times a week. It's random.
The mysterious booms haunting neighbors for the past 2 weeks, leaving everyone on edge.
The neighbor's dog, she starts pacing in the early evening because she knows it's coming.
Nearly every neighbor has a guess, but few know a boom like Ronnie Campbell.
Been around quite a bit of it.
During a tour in Afghanistan as an infantry medic, his truck was hit by an RPG.
It just blew the front end of the truck apart, blew the wheels off the side.
His hearing hasn't been the same since, but that noise still reaches his bedroom.
It's going to be more like your cannonball.
Neighbors keep gesturing, saying it's over there, suggesting here, near Kirksville and Harmony Road.
It rattles the whole wall. Yeah. I mean, the whole house shakes when it happens.
The Yorks live at the epicenter. Their 8 and 9-year-olds first telling them.
Something exploded at our house.
It looks like daylight outside when it happens.
However, the flash never goes in the air, but the firework.
It looks like a homemade bomb, kind of.
It appears this mystery remains just that. Near Bloomington, I'm Mike Sullivan, Fox 59 News.
Very strange.
Yeah.
So far, the Monroe County Sheriff's Office has no reports, despite people saying they have called in.
Sure.
No reports. Let me quickly take care of some of these super chats. Glitchmod for $1.99 says, Davey, don't do something me out and then tell me about me. I don't know what that means. Let me try to see if I can see this next one. It's not showing up yet. I gotta make my screen bigger. Hold on. All right, I just gotta wait for that next one to come in. But Glitchmod sent another one that was $1.99. So we appreciate you, my friend. There's certain words you're gonna put through super chat that I'm just not gonna be able to read, but I appreciate the super chat, obviously, and I appreciate everybody being here. Okay, we're gonna have to move on to another story here. And we're going to set up with these underground military bases. We're going to set up about these booms and what else is going on. I'll show you some images. And we'll try to show the connection between these loud booms everybody is hearing and the underground tunnels. Could this be them building during the time which is making these loud noises?
A late-night loud noise that will not let up is plaguing a part of Pennsylvania. No one seems to know the source of the mysterious booms. Top investigators are now helping to unravel the mystery in Springfield Township, Haycock Township, Milford Township, and Quakertown. That's where Eyewitness News reporter Alexandria Hoff is tonight. Alex?
Yuki, this is a wild story that just seems to keep on getting stranger. Now, between calls to police and posts on social media, hundreds of people say that they have heard and been shaken by this explosion-like sound that rocked them out of their beds in the middle of the night. And without a clue of what is going on, local police have gone to state, and state police have now gone to federal investigators. Here in Upper Bucks County, something has been going bump in the night.
I thought maybe somebody was making a tunnel or space junk fell out of the sky.
From poachers, gunfire to explosions to sonic booms.
There has been no shortage of theories, but still no answer as to why so many residents have been jolted by a mysterious and near deafening boom sound.
It's a rumble. It actually rumbles the ground like an earthquake would happen, but with a loud
I've been in the military. I've got experience with explosives. I was a Navy diver, and that was definitely not a gunshot.
Local police municipalities have been receiving reports of the booms since early April. A majority of the reported sounds have taken place between the hours of 2 a.m. and 4:30 a.m.
I heard it at 2:35. That was, what did I say, April 30th? I think it was that morning.
Janice Crompton of Haycock Township and her daughter heard the booms on 2 occasions.
It's like an explosion, and of course, it actually shakes your house.
Okay, really quick, let me catch up on these super chats. Glitchmon says, smells like Palestinian meat for $1.99. Thank you, my friend. Social Observer says, what is your favorite Q moron streamer? We'll get back to that another day, but it's probably Jordan Sather. As far as I make fun of, that means. Glitchmod says, Night Brother, keep up the good work. As always, Glitch, it's a pleasure to see you. And Julian Sanders donated $3 through Streamlabs. No comment. Serge says, Glitchmod is drunk and I'm a homosexual. Well, thank you, guys. Let's I don't want to turn some people away by everybody just we're having a good time, just hanging out. I really appreciate the super chats, guys. I love you guys. Thank you for helping keeping me afloat and keeping this channel to be able to do these weekly streams. I love the Spooky Sundays. I'm so glad we made this show. Yes, and I went dark mode. I was hoping Johnny would appreciate the dark mode. Eerie Fairy said it. Hey, Rich, good to see you. Just seeing who's here. Waterhead. What's up, Finn Jerry? Awesome. Good to see everybody. Just going to write hey all in the chat. Then we'll get right to the next topic here, guys. Glad to have 200 people around this channel. Johnny, it's much better. Yeah, he enjoys the dark. All right. Shrug says they love Spooky Sunday. Sorry, I don't want to misgender you. All right, perfect. So the New World Order underground bases. And then we'll have photos here. Photos of the United States Air Force tunnel boring machine at Little Skull Mountain, Nevada, USA, December 1982. Now, a lot of people think these boring machines and other, tools and probably explosives they're using underground to blow out these tunnels could be the loud booms everybody's hearing. Many people have different hypotheses on what these could be. This is a $13 million tunnel boring machine used for the tunneling at the Nevada test site. Remember that Area 51 is part of this test site. Many other types of TMBs are used in many government agencies. We have a much bigger one here. As you can see, they all love standing in front of it like that. They say that there are 132 in the United States and an average of 5.3 to 7.2 cubic miles, and the size at an average of 1.5 to 4.5 miles underground. Built by and large, most of them in areas anyway away from geotectonic areas. But there's going to be lots of new geotectonic faults. A lot of people have said that these sinkholes that we see constantly falling into the ground, falling into the pits of hell, is because we're doing so much digging underground that people, the ground is starting to weaken, and that's why you get these sinkholes. Or they could just be natural. It's just one of the theories. Why are they rushing to do this? Because they know that catastrophe is coming. And coming from the illegal sale of drugs and all the other things they do in the United States, there's at least by conservative estimates, $250 billion to $500 billion of illegal drugs just sold in the United States that goes directly into the underground budgets. 90 to 95% goes to the DUMBs, deep underground military bases. And there you can see another map. This would be California to your left, all the way down to Texas, and they just show how these underground bases are connected. And they usually do this through, like I said, a hypersonic rail that can get from one place to another place within seconds. Deep underground military bases and Americans' 14,000 mile per hour secret transit system. As some of you might know, U.S. is rumored to have a very high-speed transit system. It is used anywhere for anything from shuttling workers around secret underground bases to use by favored corporations, shadow government personnel, black ops, etc. It is rumored to cruise at speeds of 14,000 miles per hour. Now, like we were saying with these booms and where they could be possibly be coming from, I'm going to pull up this report right here. Shout out to Hemingway. It says, love Spooky Sundays. Well, thank you for that just nice, fun comment. Hemingway, $5, love Spooky Sundays. So are deep underground military bases responsible for window warping booms in Sonora, California? For years now, residents of Sonora have been hearing a window shaking loud and so far officially unexplained boom that always happens between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. daily. Inquisitor reports that the explanation floating around Sonora from the local geologist is that an army depot in Hawthorne, Nevada, all the way across the state and behind a mountain range, which disposes of old munitions like bombs, might have been what residents are hearing. But they do have so many old bombs to dispose of that they do it a daily, every single day thing, even on weekends and holidays without fail for years. Is that, we've been hearing this for a long time. Are they doing it all day, every day? Why would Sonora, California, of all locations near Hawthorne, be seemingly most affected, the city of all? Besides, even people who work at the depot aren't hearing the booms regularly. On top of that, not only are they like clockwork, but these have been described as deep, low booms, which can almost be felt by the people who live there. In fact, a friend who lives near Sonora said that sometimes they can actually see their windows warp during the booms. So what is it? Lots of wacky conspiracies, of course, floating around out there. But one in particular sounds a lot more plausible than an old weapons depot. That's a 3-hour drive from Sonora. DUMBs, deep underground military bases. We all know there's an extensive network of them, which has been significantly expanded since 9/11 and the creation of Homeland Security. And we're all just supposed to put our fingers in our ears and go, la, 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 and pretend like they don't exist. We have a vast tunneling project underground. We obviously have that. The fact that they would try to deny it, I don't even know if they try to deny it anymore. Social Observer with a $4.99 super chat. I'm just maxing out my credit card for people I like on YouTube. Debt will be eliminated soon, or will it? Bahaha, trust the pandemic. Yes, thank you, Social Observer. Oh yeah, well, don't worry. Whatever trouble you're going to get, Trump will personally come and hand you the money. I mean, we all know that's going to happen. This is so funny. Oh, I see L here. Very nice. Blop. Good to see everybody. Okay, let's see what we're going to move to next, guys. Okay. Let me make sure I have this set up right. I want to get Mel's Waters.
Distance. He asked who I was, and I let him know I own the property. I then asked to talk to the officer in charge.
71295.
How do you pronounce the name of your town, Manastash?
Manastash.
Manastash. That's right. Thank you.
Actually, I'm in right now. I'm in a little town called Ellensburg.
Oh, I know Ellensburg. All right.
You must know about a rodeo here then.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Well,
This is a little story called Mel's Hole. You guys may be familiar with this from old Coast to Coast episodes, guys. Just a very fun little story. So Mel Waters, excuse me, and the Devil's Holes. Somewhere in the wilds of Washington State is a bizarre geographic anomaly that locals believe may well be a gateway into another dimension. While the legend of the Devil's Hole allegedly goes back for decades, if not centuries, the public at large did not become aware of the phenomenon until 1997, when legendary radio host and paranormal enthusiast Art Bell invited a man named Mel Waters to be interviewed on his globally syndicated radio program, Coast to Coast. Now, Mel Waters is a captivating character who claimed to be the owner of an unusual piece of property located near the Manastash Ridge, Washington. The property, which is adjacent to the Yakima firing range near the Hanford Nuclear Reservation, was in and of itself nothing special, but situated on an isolated portion of the acreage in a geological irregularity, a hole to be specific, that was said to bear strange and arcane attributes that could only be found at one other place on the earth. For decades, residents of the ridge have talked about one of the most unusual aspects of the sprawling landscape that hallowed their hometown. Hidden nearby on a densely forested parcel of private property was a seemingly bottomless well that was surrounded by an aura of mystery and danger. This unfathomably deep pit was said to be about 9 feet in diameter and was shored up with hand-placed bricks to a depth of nearly 15 feet until it gave way to the earthen walls. The hole had become known to locals for generations and to Native Americans before them, and had been used as an unofficial dumping ground for everything from defunct refrigerators to old tires and television tubes, livestock, and pet carcasses. They would just literally throw everything down this hole because it's just an anomaly. Now, Art Bell, these shows used to be the best, just these crazy stories that would come on. What disturbed those who utilized this illegal dumping ground most was the fact that no matter how heavy the object being discarded, those that tossed it into the void never heard it hit bottom. This led some people to think more supernaturally inclined things were happening in the region and started calling the thing the Devil's Hole. And rumors quickly spread that this never-ending crater tunneled a direct trajectory to Hades, making it, in effect, a highway to hell. Now, he called in the Coast to Coast multiple times, and we'll be listening to part of those calls as I go back and forth to the article we have here.
So, we've been there for several years. We just take all, we take all of our trash, rubbish, anything we have that we have to get rid of, we take it, throw it in the hole. Everyone's throwing their stuff in the hole. The people from around there throw all the stuff in the hole. I mean, it's just been going on for a long time. Well, I got to thinking one day, how come this hole is not filling up? It must be an awfully deep hole.
That's a good thing to consider, sure, as you throw stuff in it for decades, literally.
And so, I used to be well, I would say pretty close to a professional shark fisherman. So I had a couple of huge fishing reels, went out there and started letting the line down. I figure after one.
Did you weight the line?
Oh, yeah. There's, in fact, the original line is still down there. I've just been adding to the line and keeping track of how much line I have used. So I've not reeled it in.
How much weight is on it?
There's a 1 pound weight at the bottom of it.
1 pound weight.
1 pound weight. It's a triangular 1 pound weight.
Okay.
And so that's at the bottom of it at first.
So in other words, it would go down kind of like a plumb bob.
Exactly. In fact, I have a rig across the center of it there, and it goes straight down from the center there. And occasionally I try to move the line there, but when you're moving that much line, you really can't do a whole lot with it. But it seems to, there seems to be, it's not resting against anything at this point here, and it continues to go down freely. And so while I was out there earlier, I let out a little bit more line. And
so you actually went out there tonight after I read this?
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Well, it's not too bad out here right now. It's only about 25 degrees, so it's not too cold.
Have you ever heard anything coming from any sounds or anything?
Well, the normal thing to do is kind of like yell into it there, to see an echo. And I've never heard an echo come out of that thing.
No echo.
At all. That's one of the first things I noticed about it. As usual, I brought the dogs with me. They wouldn't go anywhere near the damn thing, and I went back to Suburban and hung out over there. So it was kind of if I try to bring them there on a leash, they'll just dig their feet in. They do not want to go anywhere near the hole. And so that's, I don't know. It's just,
well, you've got miles and miles of.
Yeah, I think. Well, I'm measuring it by feet. I convert feet to yards, so I don't know how many miles that is. I assume it's a fair number of miles.
Who built all this?
My apologies. I don't know what just happened. It just rewinded the whole thing. Okay, I gotta find the spot now.
Have your arms out. Arms out.
Strange code. 5 nurse that lived on Somerton Beach known as Justin. Her name was never revealed to the general public. Justin had claimed to not know the Somerton man, but she almost fainted when she saw a cast of the Somerton man's face. And we'll get into that when we get into theories. Let me see here. Make sure everybody's caught up here. Now, Justin was reluctant to speak to the police, though she eventually admitted to having gifted a copy of it to a man named Alfred Boxall. When the Adelaide police pursued the lead, they discovered that Boxall was indeed alive and still had Justin's copy in his possession. And here's another image of that code. Police, they would scan this and try to look for any evidence on it. It came to no avail. Under blacklight, the book revealed just a strange code. 5 lines of letters were found, with the second of which crossed out. The first 3 were separated from the last 2 by a pair of straight lines with an X written over them. But naval intelligence was unable to decipher the code, so the lines were published in newspapers for amateur code breakers to try to solve. The police then decided that it was at last time to lay the Somerton man to final rest on June 14th, 1949. When the South Australia coroner published the final results of the investigation in 1958, his report concluded with the admission, I am unable to say who the deceased was. I am unable to say how he died or what was the cause of death. The case was in sense itself an unsolved mystery. Now we're going to get into some Earth, Agartha, high-speed rails that connect the elites, and a little thing called Bell's Hole.
My apologies.
It's very nice to see
everybody. Here. Give me a minute.
Buddy.
I'm going to have to fix.
So glad to see a good crowd here tonight. And we are all in the mood to get away from the quarantines and the pandemics and all of our world's problems, to have a little fun and just let everything out of our mind and listen to some spooky stories. So how is everybody doing? I see there's about 100 people here already. I really like to see that. Anybody new here, welcome. We're very happy to have you. And to all my loyal subscribers, I thank you so much. Now, I have to get 2 things ready before I started.
As usual, I brought the dogs with me. They wouldn't go anywhere near the damn thing, and I went back to Suburban and hung out over there. So it was kind of if I try to bring them there on a leash, they'll just dig their feet in. They do not want to go anywhere near the hole. And so that's, I don't know. It's just,
well, you've got miles and miles of.
Yeah, I think. Well, I'm measuring it by feet. You know, I convert feet to yards, so I don't know how many miles that is. I assume it's a fair number of miles.
Okay, I realize what happened. It went to the next episode, and it was already not at the beginning. All right, whatever. We're on the second episode. So that was episode 22, Underground. This is episode 26, Mystery Night. Why I picked these two, it was a little bit random why, but I think this one here that we're about to watch is the most viewed. Has almost 3,000 views from about 3 years ago. Episode 26, Mystery Night. It is a little under 2 hours, but I have it in 1.5 speed. So it'll be more like an hour and a half, something like that. So enjoy. Shout out to Mr. Crocko.
Hello, I'm Vincent Price. I'm here to introduce a new chilling series of classic ghost stories.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. Throughout human history, people have reported seeing dark, shadowy, human-like figures stalking from afar.
Something forcefully took Dennis Martin off the hill, and nobody will talk about it. Every fifth call I go on, I end up running across a set of stairs.
Hello?
Have you checked the television?
By the end of the war, the Americans started to realize that the Germans had fantastic technology.
In 1989, Al Bielek came forward to reveal his participation in the astonishing Philadelphia experiment, and that he had survived time warping.
And I've said it many times, folks, we are at war. Those who are managing it and controlling the people while it happens are those who are masquerading as government.
When you look at the map, could we be looking at the remnants of the members of ancient worldwide civilization?
The grand architecture. Who built all this?
Illuminati confirmed.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a word of warning. If any of you are not convinced that you have a tingler of your own, the next time you're frightened in the dark, don't scream.
Hello and welcome back to the Dr. Crocko channel. I am your host for the evening, Dr. Davey Crocko. It is very good to see everybody for an installment of the Spooky Show podcast. Now tonight we are going to have everything from murder mysteries to the unsolved to bizarre feet washing up on coastlines all across the world. A girl who has a premonition of her death and then her fate is sealed. So I hope you guys are hope you guys are ready to enjoy just a nice, relaxed night, getting away from all the nonsense in the world, and just enjoying a nice spooky Sunday. Let's get all our spooky Sunday, hey, it's Tuesday jokes out of the way right now. We will have the lights off. We'll try to get a nice ambiance for everybody. I'm very happy to see a decent amount of people in the chat. Hopefully we get notifications out and we get some shares out and people make their way in as the night goes. But we are all going to have fun for the few that do make it here. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank everybody here. Now we're going to have a lot of creepy stories from the Summer Tin Man to the washed up feet to the missing 411 shoes that are found all over and missing from the people. We're going to have a story of a family of 11 who have all died under mysterious circumstances with diaries left back. And we will have a story of maybe a witch, maybe a spy who is stuffed in the trunk of a witch elm and is still unsolved. So we're going to have a very fun night. Spooky Sunday is back. I apologize for not having a Sunday show. Just complications, but I apologize for that. My face looks a little bright when I'm that close to the screen. I need to step back a little bit, Dave. You're too close to the screen. But yeah, very happy to see everybody. If anybody has certain Spooky Sunday topics they would like to maybe, send in or have a suggestion, I'm going to make a link to the Discord right now and make sure that you guys can get in there. And there's
Hey, Davey, do you possibly by any chance mean like spooky as in like having a cult member with the number 666 and Illuminati confirmed in my chat with a wrench? Is that spooky? Am I possibly a Pogo agent? A CIA? COINTELPRO? Masonic stooge of sorts? Spooky ShaunOfSource? It's possible. Anything's possible.
There's a Spooky Sunday folder in there. And what you do is you just go in there and you'll be able to drop any links or suggestions. So give me 1 second. I'm going to pull that up for everybody and I'll put it in the chat so you guys know where to go. Now, a few people here are already in there. Let me just make sure I have this right. I want to change it in the description as well. So I just generated a new link. So any old links are going to be gone. So give me 1 second here. And also anybody else that wants to send in links but doesn't have Discord, you can do so by going to my Twitter, which I will also put the link in the chat and the description. So number one, here is that Discord link for anybody. And all you have to do is join. You don't have to stay in there. But if you ever want to pop in, it's a good place to get some links out there. Now, my Twitter account, I will put in the chat right now. Here you go. And on top of that, this channel does have super chats if that's what you like to use. Just remember, YouTube and Google takes 36% of that. So just be very careful with what you do. But everything is a
I just want to say we got our other Illuminati brethren in the chat, Mr. Crypto Alchemist. So all the Illuminati members are here, just like Mr. Aaron Gucci over there on Paul's channel, Mr. Pimp Unslaved. So all the Illuminati are out tonight on Spooky Sunday.
appreciated. If you'd like to donate to me directly, you can do so through PayPal. And if you would like your the Streamlabs, if that is something that you like, then you can also use that. All donations are appreciated, and they go into every channel that we run, and they're just really appreciated. Now, everybody, for the most part, is sick of talking about the CV and the doom and gloom every day. So we're going to do our best to just have a fun night, get away from the world, and have a spooky show podcast hangout. Now, I think I saw an early, not seeing.
And again, that's just another parallel with me and this gentleman, Mr. Davey. I've gotten to a point with my quote unquote truth seeking that I've gotten so far with it and reached such, depths of darkness and light that I'm in this common middle ground where I just want to, not to sound so cliche and so Talcottian, but I just want to bring people together with a common vision and a common inner and over and understanding of what's going on and where we're headed and where they quote unquote want us, right? By well, as soon as possible, but ideally by 2030, hence the agenda. Hence the UN Agenda 2030. So anyway, let's get back to this. I'm loving this right now.
Dom said, all I got until Trump bucks. Yeah, well, we're not going to get into Trump bucks, but I appreciate you, I appreciate that. If you don't have it to donate, please do not feel like anything's obligated or anything like that. I don't, I just want to make that absolutely clear. Okay, so the chat looks like it's working on the screen. Now I will be on the screen for when I'm reading, and then we'll have videos and clips that I'll be popping off the screen. Somebody actually contacted me about setting something up for radio, and I'm going to be talking to him and maybe doing a simulcast weekly with this, and then having an audio cast that's on a radio. We'll talk about that in the future, but that could be a very cool thing that we have going. Now, one of the first stories that we're going to be talking about tonight is something called the Summer Tin Man. Now, I'm going to pull some links up, and we'll slowly get into this story. Now, this also is known as the Tom on Shoot case, or it's known as the Summer Tin Man case. Now, it's a mystery of an unknown man, and they just named him the Summer Tin Man for the beach on which he was found. Ominously, investigators found little on this person but a rolled piece of paper torn from a book that read the Tom on Shoot. And that stands for Persian, it is ended. That's what the book was called, and it was popular at the time in the country that he was found. Now, the case of the Somerton Man, a dead man found on Australia's Somerton Beach, continues to rattle investigators and curious minds. The well-dressed fellow sat propped on a seawall with a half-smoked cigarette fallen onto his lapel when he was found dead, with a curious note on his person, which read, Tom on Shoot, which means ended or finished. As new and ever more confounding clues regarding the case and the mystery man cropped up for days surrounding the investigation, authorities came no closer to a resolution. Indeed, 7 decades later, the truth behind the case of the Somerton Man remains virtually unknown. Now, as new and ever more confounding clues come, they start looking more and more into the case, and they still haven't been able to figure things out. Now, the discovery of this man was November 30th, 1948. At about 7 p.m., a man named John Bain Lyons and his wife strolled onto Somerton Beach, a picturesque seaside resort in Adelaide, Australia. The couple noticed a man propped up on a concrete seawall across from a children's home. His legs were outstretched and his feet were serenely crossed. He was dressed immaculately in a full suit, polished shoes, which was unusual attire for a warm summer evening and for the beach. The couple recalled that the man was only about 60 feet away from them when he raised his right arm and let it fall to the ground. Lyons had surmised that the man was making a drunken attempt to light a cigarette, so they walked away from what they assumed was an overly inebriated man. Another 30 minutes transpired, and a second couple spotted the man against the sea wall. His left arm was splayed out on the ground, and his face was peppered by mosquitoes. The couple had concluded that he was merely deeply asleep, maybe drunk, and just fell to the side on the side of the beach and did not intervene. The couple even joked that the mystery man must have been dead to the world if he wasn't reacting to the mosquitoes. Now, the next morning, this is December 1st, 1948, at around 6:50 a.m., a cluster of people on horseback surrounded the body. The same man from the night before, John Lyons, returned from his morning swim to see the crowd milling about, where he and his wife had spotted the supposedly drunk man. Lyons abruptly realized that the man was now deceased. These are some fingerprints that we're taking, and we'll have some other pictures around this case as we go. Now, an initial inspection of this man, who we're going to call the Somerton Man, as he will become, as we will know him from now and going forward, revealed no obvious cause of death. The clean-shaven man had no stab or bullet wounds or bruises, nor blood were found at the scene. His death seemed passive and peaceful. 3 hours later, the body was transported to the Royal Hospital. Dr. John Barclay Bennett estimated that the time of death was no earlier than 2 a.m. The attending pathologist, John Matthew Dwyer, then analyzed the body. By that time, rigor mortis had already set in, and he noted that lividity behind the ears and neck was deep, which indicated that the body had not been moved after it expired. Now again, the man was sharply dressed. He had on boxer shorts and a men's singlet, a white shirt and a thin red tie with light brown trousers, a brown sweater, and a brown double-breasted breastcoat suit jacket. Now, his shoes were polished. In his pockets, the doctors found a railway ticket to Henley Beach, a bus ticket to North Glen Elk, an American metal comb, a packet of juicy fruit chewing gum, a packet of Army Club cigarettes, a handkerchief, and a packet of Bryant and May matches. But inside the man's clothes, all of the tags and maker's labels had been clipped and removed. One of his pants pockets was repaired with an unknown type of orange thread. Many believed that because of the way he was dressed and the belongings of the man was indeed an American. Curiously, the Somerton man had no wallet, and in his breast pocket instead, investigator Thomas Cleland later found a folded piece of paper which read Taman Shud. In Persian, this phrase means ended. The words were written in a fancy script and were found to have been torn from a rare New Zealand edition of the Rubaiyat. This is a book called the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. This was a 12th century poetry book. So the message that he had that said Taman Shud or ended was ripped from one of these books. This is a very pivotal clue in the case, I guess you could say. Now, as for the man's body, Dwyer reported that the man's pupils were smaller and unusual, uneven in outline and about the same size. Certain drugs may be associated with the contraction in the pupils, even barbiturates may do it, but it is no means a distinguishing point. He found that the Somerton man had blood in his stomach. He had then gone so far to say that the blood in the stomach suggested that there may have been poison. But on the other hand, nothing detectable in the food to my naked eye could make this finding. It was just, this could be something that's a side effect of being poisoned. He had a lot of internal bleeding going on. Now, the man had athletic legs for a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s. His forearms were tanned, his toes were oddly mangled as though that they'd been shoved into tight shoes. Some believe that because of this, he could have been a ballet dancer. Now, Thomas Cleland, the coroner, later had hypothesized that there were 2 lethal poisons that could have quickly decomposed in the body, leaving no trace. Not saying that he was poisoned, but if he was, there are some at this time, at the point where they would have been doing an autopsy, that would have already been untraceable. Either poison could have been administered to the Somerton man and decomposed before the autopsy was performed. And here's that scrap of paper from the book. It's called it says Taman Shud. Again, that means ended. Loosely translation is ended. But the results for blood and urine had indicated that nothing was amiss. No poison, no other barbiturates in his system, nothing like that. And the conclusion they came to was ultimately heart failure. What this meant was that his heart stopping is what killed him, but that the heart failure was most likely induced by poison, although they could not find it in the autopsy. Now, they did not know if this was self-administered or this was a murder. Next was to run a search of the man's fingerprints, but this too yielded no new information. Neither the FBI or Scotland Yard had fingerprints on file. A call was then issued for abandoned property found at the local railway station. A day later, the police were notified of a brown suitcase found in the Adelaide railway station. The suitcase contained the exact same thread, that weird orange thread that was in the pants worn by the Somerton man. This was easy to identify, as luminous barber thread he wore was quite rare and not even produced in Australia. Further, the clothing was all in the Somerton man's size, and written on a singlet, a laundry bag, and a tie was T. Keen, or T. Keen without the E at the end. This unfortunately also yielded no leads or identification. Here's a picture of investigators, like the old-timey Australian investigators. Now, the clothing in the suitcase was effeminate by some accounts, but also contained a stenciling brush, a modified knife, a screwdriver, pencils, and a scissor. Now, the effeminate clothing could also go to this ballet theory that they had because of the shoes and the mangled toes. Meanwhile, the world was notified of a strange case of the Somerton man. Now, really quick, I just want to check one thing out. Okay. Looks like the chat is still good on the screen. Nice. Hope you guys are going to enjoy this story. Meanwhile, as the world is notified of this strange case, several months later, a gentleman walked into the detective's office with a copy of the elusive book, which Taman Shud, a phrase likely appeared on the last page of the book, had been ripped. In December the previous year, the man reported he had taken a drive with his brother-in-law in an automobile that he parked a few hundred yards away from Somerton Beach. When they returned to the car, the brother-in-law noticed a peculiar book now lying on the floor of the car. Both men had assumed the book belonged to the other, and it was consequently deposited in the glove department. But when the national coverage of the Somerton man had begun to circulate, the two men took a closer look at this book. They quickly realized they were in possession of the exact copy of the book with the one page at the end that had been torn out with the note that was left on the man's body. So remember, we had that Tom chewed ripped from this book. These people, someone placed a book in their car a year prior, and it is the same book that has this page ripped out. Very strange. Detective Sergeant Lionel Lean wanted to take a close look at the book. It revealed 2 unlisted phone numbers and a couple lines of code. As I showed you, it had these weird codes in it. The first number was a dead end, but the second phone number led to a young nurse that lived on Somerton Beach known as Justin. Her name was never revealed to the general public. Justin had claimed to not know the Somerton man, but she almost fainted when she saw a cast of the Somerton man's face. And we'll get into that when we get into theories. Let me see here, make sure everybody's caught up. Now, Justin was reluctant to speak to the police, though she eventually admitted to having gifted a copy of it to a man named Alfred Boxall. When the Adelaide police pursued the lead, they discovered that Boxall was indeed alive and still had Justin's copy in his possession. And here's another image of that code. Police, they would scan this and try to look for any evidence on it. It came to no avail. Under blacklight, the book revealed just a strange code. 5 lines of letters were found, with the second of which crossed out. The first 3 were separated from the last 2 by a pair of straight lines with an X written over them. But naval intelligence was unable to decipher the code, so the lines were published in newspapers for amateur code breakers to try to solve. The police then decided that it was at last time to lay the Somerton man to final rest on June 14, 1949. When the South Australia coroner published the final results of the investigation in 1958, his report concluded with the admission, I am unable to say who the deceased was. I am unable to say how he died or what was the cause of death. The case was in itself an unsolved mystery. Now, we're going to get into some theories about this, and we'll also play some videos of people.
There's a long-running mystery that's been going on now for over 70 years.
Have your arms out, arms out.
And intertwined amongst all of this is ballet.
Good, and bend.
If it wasn't for the ballet connection, Derek and I wouldn't have met. Our children now do.
In 48, the body was found by 2 trainee jockeys early in the morning. They were out on the beach exercising horses.
We went over to see if he was all right, and we got fairly close to him and couldn't see him breathing, and he never took any notice of us. So Horry Patching hopped off his horse and took hold of his leg, and he was dead.
There's nothing terribly unusual about finding a man dead in a public place like this, and the police assumed someone would soon come forward with a missing persons report and the case would be closed. But that didn't happen.
A number of people did come and view the body, but were unable to identify him. One of the intriguing things about the case is that all the clothes the man was wearing had the labels removed off them. And so this is what made some people think, oh, maybe this guy's a spy.
Explanation, but it isn't entirely out of character for the British Secret Service to put down their own, but a subsequent inquest would uncover a much darker cause. In the months that followed, the autopsy, the man's clothing, and the items recovered that were believed to be his belongings would set the scene for a mystery that remains one of Australia's most infamous unsolved cases. Decades of investigation, worldwide notoriety, and countless follow-up inquests have only proved to deepen the rabbit hole, and the case of the Somerton man, also known by one of the most perplexing details of the case, the 2 words tamam shud, remains one of the most unsettling and disturbing cases of murder, cover-up, and supposed espionage in the world.
Now, in recent years, the mystery of the Somerton man and the significance in the phrase Tom on Shoed has begun to grow in popularity. Now, the first popular theory around this was that the man killed himself after being rejected by this girl named Justin. It was also discovered that Justin had a young son who could have actually belonged to the Somerton man due to similarities in their appearance. Investigators posited that when faced by life without his burgeoning family, the Somerton man decided to end it all. This theory appeared the most attractive to investigators due to the apparent lack of defensive wounds on the man's body, which would have suggested a fight, or which that would have told them maybe there was a fight involved, or it could have been a murder. Also, the Tom on Shoe note was solely connected to Justin. Lastly, no poison was found in the body, which indicated that the Somerton man was most likely self-administered, or that he most likely self-administered the poison if he did at all. Here's a picture of them laying him to rest in June of 1949. And then there's also some other theories, and I'm going to have some videos that go through those.
By coincidence are extremely unlikely, and this led people to speculate that Justin had conceived a child with the Somerton man and strengthened the growing opinion that she did in fact know the man's identity. In 2002, author Jerry Feltus, who was re-examining the case with the aim to write and publish a book on it, interviewed Justin and said she approached the interview with the same reluctance she had been reported to have done so during the first inquest. Feltus believes that Justin and the Somerton man knew each other, a belief shared by her daughter, who also claims that Justin deliberately concealed information from police at the time. Make of these odd details what you will. The cryptic nature of the Unbreakable Code propelled the most popular theory of the Somerton man's occupation, believing him to be a spy or secret agent for the British Secret Service. This hypothesis, if correct, would fill in a number of gaps in the case, the first being as to why no government was able to identify him. Perhaps he made himself scarce from records, or the governments themselves lied about the man's anonymity. Spies were often ghosts during their operations for obvious reasons. The cryptic message in the back of the book also lends credence to the spy theory. This kind of code bears resemblance to the cryptographic techniques that would soon be adopted in the upcoming Cold War. Also, some question the decisions made when the body was analysed. The body was never exhumed by forensics teams, and as previously mentioned, it was embalmed, meaning modern DNA analysis cannot be conducted properly, as the embalming destroyed the vast majority of potential forensic evidence. Authorities claim that he was embalmed so early on due to an error of judgment. The spy hypothesis also answers some unexplained details about Justin, most notably that she spoke fluent Russian, a revelation made by her daughter after her death. If Justin and the Somerton man had both been involved in spying activities, this would explain her unwillingness to cooperate with police, and also her unwillingness to go on record for the case.
Now, there are a few more theories about this case, and they go a little deeper into that relationship with this family and how when they came to see the cast of the body, the woman fainted, but then would in the end deny any affiliation with this man. Now, one of the videos I'm going to use is from a show called BuzzFeed Unsolved, and I'm just going to use the theory portion of it. So you don't have to worry about the channel it's from or the people that are presenting it, just the theories. They do a good job going through the three main theories. And then I also have a video that's going to be talking a little bit about the code and people that have tried to break it and any, kind of breakthroughs they've made in that. But as I said, to this day, this is still an unsolved mystery.
His own death and killed himself. What happened to the Somerton man? Our first theory is that the Somerton man was responsible for his own death and killed himself. This could mean he put the paper reading Tamam should in his own pocket to be found as a sort of suicide note. Supporting this theory are the similar elements of another suicide, that of immigrant George Marshall. In June 1945, Marshall was found dead in Mosman, Australia, after poisoning himself with barbiturates. With his corpse was another copy of the Rubaiyat. While another dead man turning up in Australia with the same collection of Persian poems may sound like too large of a coincidence to overlook, the Rubaiyat apparently had become quite popular in Australia during World War II. Since the work deals with life and mortality, it's possible both men could have had similar inspiration to have at least a piece of the book with them during their final moments.
Hey, Han, has anybody else read this book? Are they still living? Because what if it's a ring?
Oh, like 7
Like
days. Months before the discovery of the corpse, a Soviet embassy spy ring had been uncovered in Canberra, Australia. A statement given in 1959 by a man who was on Somerton Beach the night the unidentified man died claims to have seen, quote, a man carrying another on his shoulder near the water's edge, end quote. In 2013, a theory came out that Jo Thompson, the woman whose phone number was found in the back of that copy of the Rubaiyat, may have been a Soviet spy. The woman who publicly suggested this theory was none other than Kate Thompson, Jo Thompson's daughter. In a 60 Minutes interview, Kate Thompson said her mother had, quote, a dark side, a very strong dark side. She said to me she knew who he was, but she wasn't going to let that out of the bag, so to speak. There's always that fear that I've thought that maybe she was responsible for his death, end quote. Yeah, that Russian to someone over the phone. Her mother had also mentioned she was teaching English to newly arrived immigrants from Russia. Kate remembered her mother at one point saying something along the lines of, quote, oh, I can still understand Russian, end quote. Oh my God. If the Somerton man met his end thanks to Russian spies, whether Jo Thompson was involved or not, there's also the question as to how he died. At the time, a well-known professor, Sir Cedric Stanton Hicks, proposed that the man had indeed been poisoned, but with an extremely rare variety. Some rarer poisons, such as those written down by Hicks. While spies might explain the mysterious code in the back of the Rubaiyat, there is admittedly no physical evidence Joe Thompson was ever involved with Russians in any capacity, much less associated with espionage. Still, one could always argue this only means Thompson was a very good spy. You can't. Abbott discovered that about a year before the man's body turned up on Somerton Beach, Joe Thompson had given birth to a son named Robin Thompson. Robin grew up to be a professional ballet dancer, which meant it was easy for Abbott to track down photos of the man. Based on photos, Abbott
Her mouth like a horse.
Sorry, I got to go back to that one part. So we have the ballet connection because at the beginning we were talking about how when they found the man, he had these mangled toes. His feet or his shoes were too small for his feet, and they kind of, when looking at the athleticness of his legs, thought maybe he was linked to ballet.
Feature to the Somerton man. I discovered that about a year before the man's body turned up on Somerton Beach, Joe Thompson had given birth to a son named Robin Thompson. Robin grew up to be a professional ballet dancer, which meant it was easy for Abbott to track down photos of the man. Based on photos, Abbott found that Robin had a similar strange ear feature to the Somerton man. Additionally, both Robin and the man found on the beach were missing their incisor teeth, a genetically inherited trait. This information, along with the fact that Joe Thompson was unmarried the year Robin was born, led Abbott to conclude Joe and the Somerton man, quote, had a liaison together and she had Robin.
That's what my dad does.
In late 2018, while inspecting the original plastic cast police made of the body, the same one that allegedly made his grandmother-in-law nearly faint, Abbott found 3 hairs, which he believes could contain DNA evidence of a genetic link to his wife. If the Somerton man was her son's dead father, that could explain Joe Thompson's near fainting upon seeing the plaster cast. While the hairs Abbott discovered may not be able to provide a conclusive answer, it is the most promising lead in the case so far. 51 years since 2 friends riding horses along the Australian beach came upon a dead man lying in the sand. Despite decades of effort and no shortage of cryptic clues, the man's identity, his killer's identity, and the way the man died are all still unknown.
So the Somerton mystery still goes unsolved to this day. Now, there have been casts made of the body. There's been inquiries put out about every year trying to get fresh leads, you know, bringing the cold case back out and putting documentaries and other things out to hopefully one of these people in the family or someone close to the investigation will come forward with some information. Now, I do have a video about the code of this, but many people came forward with theories of what they thought this code meant. When I say cast of the body, excuse me, they did a cast of what the cast of the face of the man before his body would have decomposed. So they would have it, you know, other than just images and all this other stuff, they would make a kind of 3-dimensional cast of it and have people go to look at it. That's when the woman fainted upon seeing it, but then saying she had no idea who the man was. This was that made them very skeptical and thought, well, maybe she does know who it is, but she would never admit to actually knowing the man. Elizabeth, not a Jew, donated $5 through Streamlabs and said, thank you for all the hours of informative and entertaining content. Oh, well, thanks. Bug Eaters donated $20 through Streamlabs with no comment. Thank you, Bug Eaters. Thank you, Elizabeth. Really appreciate it. So we'll look at one of these codes, you know, the code that they tried to break and see if this theory holds any water here.
But first tonight, the new clues that may break open one of South Australia's most enduring and unsolved mysteries. The case of the body on Somerton Beach has baffled generations of investigators with all kinds of theories, from espionage to contract killing. Now, a Queensland sleuth claims he's found microscopic evidence that could solve it. Here's Frank Bangalo.
Well, the first thing that drew me to the case was the letters in the back of the code book. What do these letters mean? Could they give a clue to who he is or what he was doing at the time?
It's one of South Australia's greatest unsolved mysteries, the body of a man found on Somerton Beach in 1948.
One of the problems about the death is there wasn't a scratch on the body, and so they didn't know how he died in 1948. They had no idea.
The only clues, some personal items in a battered suitcase, a piece of paper with the words Tamam Should ripped from the back of a copy of the book, The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, along with scrawled letters thought to be some kind of secret code.
Other than those things, it's very difficult to nail exactly who he is, but there are clues that could get us in the right direction.
Professor Derek Abbott from Adelaide University is fascinated by the case and has spent years of meticulous research to get pieces of the puzzle to fit.
It would appear to be an indicator that he was doing something out of the ordinary.
However, Queensland-based IT analyst Gordon Kramer reckons he's stumbled onto something that was missed, a microscopic code within that supposed code, which he claims lends to the espionage theory.
We've got some larger letters And within them, I've been able to demonstrate there are smaller letters and numbers. They're micro letters, 0.5 millimeter in height.
After locating an old US military radio operator's manual, Gordon believes he may have cracked part of it.
And they had a thing in there called prosigns, and prosigns are, if you like, shorthand, so that a radio operator using Morse could just put in 1 or 2 letters and create a whole sentence by default. And on that code page, we have one very telling line, which is the last line, which shows the letter V to start, which means from in a prosign language, and then AR of the last 2 letters, which means this is my last message. You do not need, or you are not required to respond.
As for those micro letters, it's anyone's guess, but Gordon has put it on the internet, hoping for a breakthrough.
This now says, hey, look, there's a whole new field that we can investigate here and a new way of looking at things. And someone might just say, do you know, I know someone who actually used to do that, and they used to know those people in Somerton.
It doesn't seem to have a basis. Also, these small letters you're saying are below the resolution limit of the photograph of the code we have. We don't actually have the real sheet of paper anymore. The police lost it.
Derek Abbott now has a new, much simpler theory, that Somerton man may have been involved in a love triangle, having a covert affair with a woman known as Jeston, who has been identified as Jo Thompson. He thinks the Tamam Shud note could be symbolic, coming from a book that sold well in the US on Valentine's Day.
So it is a book of love poems to a lot of people. And indeed, Jo Thompson herself, when she was asked the question, did say that she considered it a book of love poetry.
Thompson is now deceased. She was also a nurse who had a male child out of wedlock in 1947.
So the most prominent theory, the most believed theory that people really think happened was that he had a relationship with this woman, but he could still also be a spy. These things are not, they could both be true, but they do not know how to, they cannot determine how this man died. They don't know if this was a self-administered death, if someone wanted to take him out and were able to use a poison, and with no markings or no obvious point of death, this case remains unsolved. Now, there is one last little piece to this story, and they say it's a new twist in one of the world's weirdest cold case mysteries, the Somerton Man. They want the body exhumed 70 years after 2 jockeys found his fully clothed body on an Australian beach. So a post-mortem ruled that he may have died from poison, but the man known only as the Somerton Man was never identified. South Australian Attorney General Vicky Chapman has granted approval for the body to be dug up and examined in the hope new technology will finally provide the answers needed to crack the case. And this was just as of late October of 2019. As far as I know, this body has not been exhumed yet, and there has been no results brought forward to give us any more information. So we are left with another unsolved murder for Spooky Show Sundays. So I hope you guys enjoyed the first story here. Always good to start us off with a kind of true crime murder mystery. Those are some of my favorite ones. 70 years later, still trying to find out. Yes, Johnny, it may have been an early Australian case of COVID. That is correct. That may have happened. That may have happened. I tend to lean toward the cloak and dagger spy angle to this story, but he still could have had a relationship with this family, but he also may have been taken out because of his dealings in the spy world. All in all, just another interesting story. And we're going to move on to another interesting murder mystery. And this one is simply titled, Who Put Bella in the Wych Elm? Was a woman found dead in a wych elm tree in wartime England a German spy? Here's an actual picture from back then. These were things that were written to taunt police and people in the community, asking them who put Bella in the wych elm. One Sunday morning in April 1943, during the dark days of World War II, 4 teenage boys made a terrifying discovery that would baffle the police and also, just like the last case, remain a mystery for over 70 years. The boys were searching for bird's nest at a place called Hagley Woods, a private estate near Birmingham in England's Midlands. Climbing up an ancient old wych elm tree, 15-year-old Bob Farmer saw something truly horrifying. Looking down the hollowed-out trunk, Farmer noticed a strange object staring back at him from the dark interior. The teenager was horrified when he realized it was a human skull. A clump of hair hung off the remaining flesh on the forehead, and 2 crooked teeth gaped out of the mouth. After the boys had a good look at it and were horrified, they put it back in the tree and left the woods. And here is the original photo of the skull that they had found. They agreed amongst themselves not to tell anyone about their discovery. They were trespassing in the woods, poaching no less. If they told the police, they could be in big trouble. But one of the boys was so upset by what he saw that he told his father, and the police were soon called to the area. What they found inside the old tree was bizarre. The skeleton of a young woman, minus one of her hands. A piece of taffeta was stuffed in the skull's mouth. Some scraps of clothes with the labels cut out. Again, the label being cut out. Maybe people in the 1940s just weren't big on labels, but no one had invented the tagless shirt yet. But just weird that both cases, 70 years ago, both had they're not connected. It's just a weird little thing. Also, this woman had battered shoes, and a gold ring was also found in the tree. Nearby, the bones of the woman's hand scattered next to the tree. The police were troubled by the unusual circumstances of the woman's death and wondered if sinister forces were at work in the Hagleywood area. Pathologist James Webster was able to determine the victim had died around 18 months ago and was a female 35 years of age with mousy-colored hair, was 5 feet tall, had given birth in the past, and had irregular teeth. And here's kind of an outline of them. Height about 5 feet. Figured they had about brown hair. She was wearing a dark blue striped knitted woolen cardigan, a blue belt. They roughly thought she was 35. It was a mock wedding ring, cloth skirt. And this is the example of what a wych elm is. If anybody doesn't know what a wych elm looks like, you can kind of see that weird shape and tree there. Webster could find no obvious injuries and concluded she had probably died as a result of cloth stuffed down her throat. He also believed she had been placed in the tree shortly after her death because the space was so tight inside she would have not fit herself in once rigor mortis had set in. From Webster's work, the police managed to create a detailed description of the woman, but nobody came forward, and a search of 3,000 missing person cases around the country proved fruitless. Now, a nationwide search of dental practices also drew a blank. The woman had had dental work done within a year of her death, yet no dentist in the area had any records or any proof that this woman was even from around there. They could not find anything. There was not a trace of her presence anywhere around the area or any surgery records to be seen. The flurry of press interest soon would fade. And, with everything going on with the war, this was at the center of people's thoughts. The area had suffered 3 years of bombing and life was hard enough. This soon faded away from the public spotlight. Here you can see another picture of the skull. This was an X-ray of what they call the Bella skull. Now, as Christmas 1943 approached, people pretty much had forgotten about the strange case of the woman in the tree until graffiti started. It started with a simple, "Who put Lubella down the wych elm?" That's what the first one said. Then Hagleywood Bella. Soon it settled on who put Bella in the wych elm. The graffiti would appear on walls throughout the West Midlands, seemingly of the same hand. Someone, it seemed, knew more than they were letting on. From then on, the woman found in the old helm at Hagley would be known as Bella even by the police. But they never were able to find who was responsible for the graffiti and were no closer to answering its question. Was the writer of the graffiti taunting the police? Had they killed Bella or knew who had? Folklorist Margaret Murray suggested Bella may have been killed in an occult ceremony. Now, you have to remember, this is in the 1940s. They thought maybe this was some kind of a cult ritual. And in their evidence, they thought the removal of the hand was a typical black magic execution. Here is one of the first pieces of graffiti. This was found around Christmas in 1943. You can see it says simply, "Who put Bella down the wych elm of Hagley Wood?" The theory that Bella had fallen victim to a coven of witches was popular for a while, but with the absence of any genuine leads from police, the case eventually went cold. It wasn't until 1953 when a journalist named Wilfred Jones started to write about the old case in the Wolverhampton Express and the Star. And interest would soon be revived. Jones would soon receive his first solid lead in nearly a decade. A letter signed only Anna offered new details of what had happened to Bella. According to the letter, Bella had been murdered because of her involvement in a then Nazi spy ring operating in the Midlands in the early 1940s. The spy theory seemed more rooted in reality than talk of witchcraft and occult rituals. Hundreds of German spies were captured in Britain during the war in the Midlands, and it would have been a valuable source of intelligence because of its prevalence of munitions factories. Was Bella and the wych elm part of this spy ring? What is the evidence that we have for some of this? Well, journalist Jones received a letter in 1953 that was simply written from Anna of Cavalry, claiming Bella had died after getting involved in a World War II Nazi spy ring. Quote, "Finish your articles, read the wych elm crime by all means. They're interesting to your readers. but you will never solve the mystery. The one person who can give answers is now beyond the jurisdiction of the earthly courts. The affair is closed and involves no witches, black magic, or moonlight rites. Byford Jones was naturally intrigued. Whoever wrote those words clearly had firsthand knowledge of what had happened. After subsequent correspondence, Anna revealed herself to be Una Mossop and told the full story. Her husband, Jack, had worked at a local munitions factory in the early 1940s, and he had come into some money after meeting a mysterious Dutchman. Jack later admitted to Una, who signed it Anna, that the Dutchman was a Nazi agent. Jack had been passing him information about local industrial sites, which in turn was passed to another agent posing as a cabaret performer at local theaters. The Midlands had been bombarded by the Luftwaffe bombing campaign in the early 40s, and such information would have been invaluable for Nazis to target their raids, where they would do the most damage to the Britain war effort. One day, Jack met his contact at a pub close to Hagley Wood. He was arguing with a Dutch woman. He ordered Jack drive them both out to the Clint Hills, but the argument had grown extremely violent, and the Dutch agent strangled the woman in the car. Fearing for his own life, Jack helped carry the body into a nearby Hagley Wood, where the pair buried it into a hollow of an old elm tree. Una's husband was apparently so traumatized by the brutal murder of Bella that he had a nervous breakdown. Tormented by horrific visions of the woman's skull in the tree, Jack was institutionalized in 1941 and apparently died later that year. Now, the time frame of this fit quite well with Bella's death. The pathologist had estimated it was about 18 months prior to the body's discovery, which would have placed it in the middle of 1941. This was a picture of the Midlands. Obviously, it was bombed during a Luftwaffe bombing raid. Now, the information Una gave this journalist named Jones was convincing enough that the police and MI5 got involved. According to the journalist, they verified some details of Una's account, but were unable to find any remaining perpetrators. With involvement of the intelligence services, some have speculated there may have been a cover-up of the investigation and to the information provided. Just 8 years after the war, details of spy rings may have still been classified. The cover-up theory was also bolstered by the curious fact that Bella's remains had gone missing, precluding any further forensic examinations. Anytime remains go missing, you're talking about cover-ups. They don't just lose remains. Now the story faded back into obscurity. An occasional piece of graffiti would briefly revive interest, but there was no new leads for another 15 years in a book by historian Donald McCormick. Now, McCormick was going with Murdered by Witchcraft. Despite its name of the book, built upon the spy ring theory, McCormick had obtained Abwehr files, the records of German military intelligence. According to McCormick's information, a Nazi agent by the name of Leher was operating in the Midlands in 1941, and he did have a Dutch girlfriend living in Birmingham called Clarabella Drongers. Was Clarabella the Bella found in the witch elm? Like Bella, she was about 30 years old, and like a Bella, she had these same odd teeth. What especially was suggestive about the identification is that a real Nazi spy was captured in mid-1942 and executed in Wandsworth Prison on New Year's Eve that year. His name was Johannes Marinus Drongers. So that's just a little connection there, because the person had the Dutch girlfriend, and also they called her Clarabella, which would be Bella. Was Bella this Dutch spy's wife? The wedding ring found with her body lends credence to that idea. And if Bella was a foreigner, it would explain why no trace of her could be found in England, no dental records, no surgery records, even though she had surgery within a year. It's possible that some kind of a love triangle had developed amongst the agents, or that Bella had grown loose-lipped and risked revealing their existence to British authorities. While the exact nature of the operation and how this tangle of names and relationships fits together remains unclear, the notion that Bella was involved in some way with a spy ring seems quite convincing. A couple other tidbits kind of support the idea. There were several reports in early 1940 and 41 of a home guard been alerted to possible agents parachuting into the area. It gave her late husband nightmares, causing a decline in his mental health. Jack died in a mental hospital before the remains were discovered. While not much was made of Una's story, there's a bit more to this theory than the pulpy claims of a wartime widow. After hearing of the Anna-signed letter, which claimed Bella was Dutch, author Donald McCormick traveled to Holland to see if he could find anything to substantiate the claim. There, he found remarkable evidence that confirmed at least some of what Una had written. McCormick learned that within the Nazi espionage system, a man named Lehrer worked on recruiting accomplices who could work in Britain as spies. Lehrer allegedly had a Dutch girlfriend who lived in Birmingham in the 30s, giving her great knowledge of Britain and allowing her to speak with no detectable Dutch accent. McCormick states that in March and April of 1941, records show 5 German spies were sent into England from Holland during Operation Sea Lion. One of And there was also some clues about the date In October 1941, early in the Second World War, German bombers regularly targeted industrial sites around this place, and that there was a constant threat of invasion. People were always on lookout for parachutists. A Home Guard soldier remembered finding a parachute near Hagley Wood sometime in the fall of 1941 and seeing a suspicious-looking car parked in the woods near where the parachute had came down. In 1953, a local newspaper received an anonymous letter claiming the murder victim was a Dutch woman who had been working as a Nazi agent. Allegedly, she was part of a spy ring that acted as forward air controllers for German aircraft, signaling their way to prime industrial sites using flashlights. So we have evidence that she may have parachuted in and may have just ingratiated herself into the culture, met a bunch of people, created a life there, and was giving information back to Germany on what sites to bomb. Yet, this case would go unsolved, not knowing if that was the right theory. So they had a theory that she may have been a cabaret singer. And I'm just going to pop in the chat quick, see how you guys are doing. Looks like we got about 200 people here. Yeah, these are very interesting stories tonight. We got a bunch of them. So I'm going to hang out for a while and just go through a bunch of different mysteries here. Just wanted to pop in, see how you guys are all doing in the chat. Hope you guys are enjoying a nice getaway from all the doom and gloom we've been seeing this week. It's for the past couple months, really. So it's a good getaway. Very fun time. All right. So the theory of the cabaret singer. Let's see if this holds any water. In recent years, newly declassified MI5 files from the war have shed some fresh light on the spy ring theory. One file details the arrest and interrogation of a Czech-born Gestapo agent named Joseph Jacobs. Jacobs, who had a dubious distinction of been the last name to be executed at the Tower of London, was captured after parachuting in 1941, parachuting in, just like the theory about this woman. Found on his person was a photograph of a young woman. She was a cabaret singer and a German movie star called Clara Barel. According to Jacobs, she had also been recruited by the Gestapo as a secret agent. Jacobs' information checked out. Barel was a German cabaret singer and tellingly had worked in Birmingham for several years before the war and had developed a convincing local accent. She would have been an ideal candidate for a spy. According to Jacobs, she was due to follow him to England, although after his capture, he thought it unlikely this had happened. But the timings made sense. This is a picture of Clara Barel. Nothing was heard of Barel after 1941, the year Bella was thought to have died. If she was not Bella in the Witch Elm, what happened to her? There is no record of her existence after 1941. It's not too much of a stretch to see how Clara may have been remembered as Clarabella to English audiences. Perhaps someone had even recognized her from pre-war days in Birmingham. The risk of Clara being exposed as a German in England during the middle of a war may have threatened the spy ring she had been involved in. Could it have led to her permanent silence and left to haunt those dark words at Hagley? Now, there's some loose ends to this. One reason that might tend against the spy theory is the method of death. Bella was found deep in the private woodland in a overgrown wych elm tree. It's hard to understand why anyone, least of all a foreign spy unfamiliar with the locale, would choose this as a burial site. How would they even know such a tree existed? There was also loose ends with the spy theory. None of them remaining members of the ring were ever found, despite extensive searches. Even today, with wartime records declassified, very little light has been shed on the spy ring theory. Recently discovered MI5 documents have prompted the theory that Bella may have been Joseph Jacobs' girlfriend, Clara Barel, but this idea also has flaws. Pathologist James Webster listed Bella's height as 5 foot, whereas Barel was known to be quite a tall woman. Other less exotic theories have been suggested over the years, saying that she may have just been a prostitute murdered by a local Angry John, or a local barmaid killed by an American GI. Then we have more far-fetched was that she was a gypsy killed in an occult ritual. At the end of the day, whether you think she was part of a spy ring that they had to take out because she had blown her cover, whether she was a prostitute or a dancer, all the theories have a lot of evidence for them and a lot of evidence to show the flaws in them. And as always with these cases, 7 years later, it remains unsolved. So that is the story of who put Bella in the wych elm. Then we're going to move on to some other cases here, and I want to see what I have next here. Let me see it here. I do have one little more thing about this case, and this was kind of 75 years after the death. So revealed 75 years after, the face of the Bella in the wych elm. So this is where they did some casting here. This is the face of Bella in the wych elm, a woman whose killing sparked one of Britain's greatest murder mysteries. She was a victim of a tangled wartime web of espionage and black magic, they say, although we cannot corroborate, prove, or deny either of those theories. But there's the lovely picture of Bella recreated with modern technology. So get a good look, fellas. This was the woman who caused so much harm and so much espionage and confusion. This is what all the hubbub was about. So just take it all in. And they obviously recreated this from the skull, and this is the best rendition they could do of it. But they do these recreations in the hopes of maybe years later they could come across a picture. Any clue can be the clue that ends up solving a case. But just wanted to give that little little update to the case. They finally made a casting or a recreation of if you will. Okay, I think we're going to move on here to a serial killer known as the Doodler. This is just kind of a off-topic one. We'll also be getting into the creepy cases of the floating feet later on that seem to be washing up on coastlines all over the world. That'll lead us into some missing 411 cases. And we also have a story of a young girl named Catherine Hobbs who had premonitions of her own death, and her fate would be sealed by those premonitions. That would also involve a serial killer. And the last case we'll have tonight is a family of 11. This is known as the Beria deaths, and they're very interesting. So we have like a few more of these to go through, and we'll just sit back and relax and enjoy them. Now, according to Wikipedia, the Doodler was known as the Black Doodler. It's just a funny name, I understand. He's an unidentified serial killer, believed responsible for up to 16 murders and 3 assaults of men in the LGBT community of San Francisco, California between 1974 and 1975. The nickname was given to the perpetrator's habit of sketching his victims prior to their sexual encounters and slayings by stabbings. The perpetrator met his victims at nightclubs, bars, and restaurants. It is believed that the Doodler killed between 5 and 16 people. A consistent method used in several killings was stabbing of the victims in front and back of their bodies in similar locations. All of the bodies were those of white males. Police theorized that the victims had all died after meeting with the suspect near locations where the bodies were recovered. Now, they say it's between 5 and 16 because when you have an unsolved serial killer case, you cannot know how many deaths he was responsible, so you just go by the MO and you try to fit in what you can. Now, there's early investigations where police questioned a young man as a murder suspect, but could not proceed with criminal charges because the 3 surviving victims did not want to, quote, out themselves by testifying against him in court. Amongst the stabbing survivors were a well-known entertainer and a diplomat of the time. The suspect cooperated with the police during his interview, but never admitted guilt for the murders and attacks. Officers stated that they strongly believed that the man in question was responsible for the crimes, but he was never tried or convicted because of the survivors' refusals to appear in court. As of May 2018, the case is open and ongoing in the San Francisco Police Department, hoping recent successes using DNA technology could lead them to new evidence. They have also, in February of 2019, offered a $100,000 reward. At the time, an activist, Harvey Milk, publicly expressed empathy for the victims who refused to speak with the police, saying that he understood their position. This is a different time, guys. Where outing yourself was maybe different than it is today, not as accepted, maybe. Now, I did come across a video that somebody did on this, and I've actually noticed this guy. I think I've seen him in my chat. I've seen him in Friends of the Show's chat. So I'm going to use his video since he seems to, and it was very odd. I saw his name and I looked at his channel and I saw that he does a lot of true crime and murder mysteries, and I had never seen him in the chat before. So we're going to use him. I think his name is, I got to find Rob Gavigan. He has 3 million subs. So when I saw him, I go, that was odd. And here's just some newspaper clippings from the time. And from 76 and 77, and the years were in, the murders were in 74 and 75. Police were questioning people all over the place, trying to find out. The survivors that did not want to speak out would make sure that they could never really nail the guy that they thought was responsible for the murders. Now, over 30 years later, why haven't the survivors come forward and named the killer? In today's world, nobody would worry about their sexuality. And more importantly, why haven't the police released the suspect's name? 5 victims were drag queens, while 6 others were into
Shout out to the chat.
S&M, sadomasochism, and the remaining 6 were upper middle class businessmen types. It has to be one person. I think it would just be too much of a coincidence if others would sketch their victims too. So they called him the Doodler because he would make these mock drawings after. This would be a 1975 forensic sketch of who they say the man was. And this is when they put the $100,000 reward out to find out who the man is.
A picture is worth 1,000 words, and perhaps a few screams as well. Today we discuss the unidentified serial killer known as the Black Doodler. Let's open the serial killer file. San Francisco has been a hub for the gay community for quite a long time. In the 1970s, it was a more dangerous time for openly gay individuals. Discrimination was plentiful, but this didn't stop a number of people who wanted to pursue their passions. Many gay people frequented gay bars, even if they hadn't come out publicly. One man, however, found pleasures of a different kind at these types of locations. The Black Doodler, sometimes just known as the Doodler, was an artist who would frequent gay bars, nightclubs, and the like, and draw pictures of men he saw at the bar. Those men were typically his targets. He'd draw them with impressive ability, and the men would be flattered upon seeing it. This would allow for further interaction with the Doodler. A more intimate experience was to come. So the Doodler and his victim would meet alone. The man would pose, oftentimes naked, for the Doodler to sketch, and he would. He'd take time, effort, and let his ability flow freely onto the paper, immortalizing the man lying before him, leaving one last reminder of their life. The Doodler, after completing the piece, would engage in sexual acts with his subject, and after it was over, the Doodler withdrew a knife and brutally murdered his victim. He'd slash their throats, slice them open, stab them mercilessly. What seemed like such a passionate artist offering the honor of personalized art turned into the subject's worst nightmare. The Doodler wouldn't stab his victim until death, but sometimes even beyond it, with great ferocity. The Doodler would most often dump dead bodies near water, whether it be a lake or the ocean. It was a more complex issue to catch the Doodler, considering a number of officers practiced discrimination against members of the gay community, sometimes utilizing entrapment to make arrests. Eventually, however, the bodies found were linked. Toward the end, 14 bodies were piled up. Fortunately, however, 3 men ended up surviving their encounter with the Black Doodler. They were able to each give a description of the man. Though this sketch is all the police had to work with, the true identity of the Doodler is up for much speculation. This didn't stop the police from finding a suspect, however. Brought in for questioning, the suspect was said to have spoken freely with the police, but denied involvement in the murders. The only thing that could have potentially brought the killer to justice would have been the testimony by the 3 survivors.
Now you have a different time, and maybe if they would have came forward at the time and named him, if they could have worked out or struck a deal where they didn't have to testify, maybe this guy would have been caught. But to this day, it is still an unsolved murder, even though they think they know who it is. They have never released the name of the individuals deceased now that never wanted to speak, and they have not released the name of the suspect, even though maybe it could lead to someone knowing who he is and maybe even more unsolved murders. With that $100,000 reward out there, you think a name would help this case be solved. Yet it goes down as another unsolved mystery in San Francisco to this day. Now, that guy that did that video, his name is Rob Gavigan, and I put his link in the chat. And if you ever need links to everything, I will be putting them in the description of the video or a pinned comment down below after the video renders. Now we're going to move on to some other weird shit. This will be the mystery of the shoes and feet that wash up all over. There's been famous cases in Canada, but this happens all around the world, and it will lead us into some missing 411, where this also happens with missing shoes. A lot of the victims that go missing will be found days later, weeks later, in a spot that's already been searched, with the victim missing one shoe or other articles of clothing. And it seems to be a common thread in some of these cases. Now, this is simply titled that the police were urging people to come forward, and they wanted to have Tom as the 15th mysterious severed foot was found in Canada. One of the strangest, most macabre and chilling modern mysteries is the strange unsolved case of the feet which keep washing up ashore alongside beaches of the Salish Sea in British Columbia, Canada. Starting in 2007, feet began washing up on shores from as far south as Tacoma, Washington, to as far north as the Jedediah Island in Canada. In nearly every case, a cleanly detached human foot was found inside the shoe or boot. For some reason, sneakers appear to be the most common footwear of these mysterious feet. The latest case was made public this week after authorities with the British Columbia Coroner Service were unable to identify the foot. The foot was found near Vancouver's 30th Street Beach access and was still in its gray and black size 9.5 Nike. Blue sock was still on. Analysis of the foot's bone structure revealed it was to likely belong to a man under 50 years old. Now, this most recent incident makes 15 mysterious human feet in British Columbia over the past decade. What's behind the horrific phenomenon? Something we may never know, although the cause may be less mysterious than is commonly suspected. Now, the official story that they want you to come up with is that the feet just simply come off the body as they decompose in the water, and the shoe's buoyancy is why they end up floating to the shores. But in some of them, in most of the cases, it is a very cleanly severed foot. Again, there's speculation as to someone dumping these. There's speculation. There's many different theories around this, but we'll get into a few. So they say that the police want people to think that they're not linked to anything that's suspicious and are not the cause for panic. After all, people die in the sea or rivers all the time, often as a result of suicide or accidents. That this will get us into, if you've ever heard of the pusher, where there was many deaths of people being pushed into the water around the missing 411 phenomenon. And feet are one of the first human body parts to separate during decomposition. When those feet are inside the buoyant foam sneakers, they can float and be carried long distances by rivers and ocean currents. Thus, it's easy to see why so many feet have been found. Yeah, no, sir, nothing to see here. Nothing out of the ordinary at all. Keep moving along. Don't mind those severed feet. However, the proximity of all these cases and frequency suggests something stranger or more violent may be going on. No other location is known to collect so many severed feet in such a centralized place. What causes so many feet to wash up in this fairly small geographic area, and why have they become more common over the last decade? This didn't happen in the previous decade, and there's no other place in the world where so many feet in such a short span of time have washed up. So it kind of takes me away from the official story and the official theory. For now, these Salish Sea human foot discoveries remain just another gruesome mystery. Now, the story quickly gained international attention and basically refuses to go away because each month it seems like they're finding another one. In February 2016, 2 more sneakers with their feet ran aground at the Botanical Beach in Vancouver Island. Public speculation stepped up, not surprisingly, given that historically the Pacific Northwest has a large amount of serial killers and more per capita than any other place in the world. The Northwest Noir is the home to Ted Bundy, the college dorm slayer Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer, the pig farmer, the Beast of BC, the Want-Ad murderer, the boxcar killer, all of these people, and not to mention the Highway of Tears. Could it be there's another serial killer on the loose, one with a proclivity for feet, someone who's cutting off the victim's feet and chucking them into the ocean? We don't have a name for this killer, and this is an unsolved thing, and it's purely speculation. It's a very fun little mystery to look into, and if you've ever followed Missing 411, you know the significance of these shoes. Also, this is a more wilder theory, but in false flag operations, there will also be shoes placed at the scene as some kind of sign or indicator. This is the work of Ole Damagard, who talked about some of this stuff. Now, looking at the case facts that are readily available from police and coroner websites, 10 of the feet have been identified through DNA to individuals who are suspected of, quote, taking their own life. 6 shoes belong to 3 different people, and 11 of the 16 feet detach themselves from the right leg and ankle in the official documentation. The police and coroner departments are clear that there's nothing to worry about, and this is merely the case of the shoes having buoyancy and just floating to the shore. But if we look at another angle, and you're more curious, the foot thing is something you don't see every day. Why is it unique to this region? Why did it recently start to occur, and why are so many feet from the right foot? I decided to thread this into, I tried to go in a timeline here and kind of just look at it from afar and try to see if we could find any connections here. Now, Dr. Gail Anderson is a professor of entomology at Vancouver Simon Fraser University. She pioneered a project to study decomposing carcasses 300 feet under the nearby Pacific and monitors the process via remote cameras to her laptop. She found that an entire adult hog can be left skeletonized within 3 weeks, being devoured by crabs, shrimp, and sea worms, as well as breaking down through microbial process. But Gail says getting at meat wrapped up in the rubber running shoe is a whole different challenge. And floating upside down on the ocean surface would prevent seabirds like gulls from attacking the foot from above. They brought in some other experts to try to see if they could find any reason as to why specifically these feet would float, but no one could really determine one solid theory on it. One thing they did agree on was the astronomical numbers of this area would lend them to go away from the police's official story, and they think something more sinister is going on here.
A lot of people disappear chasing a dog into the wilderness. The second part of that scenario is when people disappear when they're found without shoes or other pieces of clothing.
Every year, hundreds of people go missing in the wilds of North America. David Paulides, investigative journalist and ex-detective, has spent years investigating the circumstances under which these people go missing. These people, however, don't go missing under the circumstances you might expect. Often, they go missing without a trace, right under the noses of their friends and family. Sniffer dogs are unable to pick up a scent and are often found whimpering and walking around in circles. Park rangers and other authorities involved are reluctant to speak up, almost as if they are aware something bizarre is happening but don't want to cause a panic. Strange weather patterns sometimes erupt right after someone goes missing, almost as if nature itself doesn't want the missing to be found. The victims that are found dead are often in a place that has been searched thoroughly by the search and rescue teams. Other times, they're found in places of extreme elevation without an explanation as to how they got there. Experienced hunters that understand the woods and their surroundings better than most go missing, right under the nose of their companions. And, if that's not strange enough, items of clothing are often missing, or found inside out, and the shoes also go missing. To make matters even more strange, the feet or socks of the victim are clean, leaving experts and authorities baffled. For those that are found, they often have very strange tales to tell. Children who are found detail that they were fed berries by Mr. Wolf, while others have no memory of even being missing. Paulides has noted in the past that the abducted are often first or last in line when hiking through remote areas, almost as if they are snatched, but no screams are ever heard. Now, let's review some of the cases that highlight the missing shoes problem. In an interview with Where Did the Road Go?, Paulides noted the following case. 5-year-old Jerry Hayes went missing on November 10th, 1938 in Rucker Canyon, which is located in the Chiricahua Mountains in Arizona at an elevation of between 6,000 and 7,500 feet. Jerry was considered to be very frail as he suffered from rheumatism, which is a disease marked by inflammation and pain in the joints and muscles. He couldn't walk far on his own and required help once his condition flared up. It's noted that this condition can come into effect rapidly and can be very intensive, causing the joints to stiffen and lock up. Jerry was with his family and some friends on a hunting camping trip. During this particular visit, the family and their friends lost track of Jerry as they were walking through the dense forestry. As far as I'm aware, Jerry was with the family the whole time, but was walking at the back of the line and he simply vanished. There were no screams, no cries for help, no thuds to indicate a fall, and nothing to indicate anything had even happened to the boy. The family, beginning to panic, started searching frantically for Jerry. They searched their immediate area and the area they had just come from, as they had seen him not long before the disappearance. They found nothing and called the county sheriff, who took this very seriously and organised a search effort. The search and rescue teams came in force. Within 10 days of the disappearance, there were over 1,000 people searching for Jerry. Early on in the search, however, the sheriff and everyone a part of the search effort was left feeling very confused. Jerry had gone missing in a box canyon, meaning that this particular canyon was surrounded on all sides by high mountains. There was absolutely no way a 5-year-old boy could have climbed up a mountain on his own, especially not with his rheumatism. The only way in and out was the way the family first came in, which had been searched thoroughly multiple times. This baffled the sheriff and led him to believe that the boy must still be within the canyon. Now, it was noted by the family that the boy never wandered far from them, and given his condition, doesn't seem likely that he did. They also noted that he was normally always by their side. The intensive search lasted for over a week and found nothing, not a single trace of the boy, which is beyond strange. Paulides noted that these search and rescue teams are very professional and meticulous about their searches, and also found it bizarre that they didn't find anything. Now, after finding absolutely no sign of Jerry, the military were called in to thoroughly comb the area. They, along with the sheriff and the search and rescue teams, had covered over 150,000 acres of land, and still there was no sign of him. Interestingly, the sheriff came out publicly and made the statement that he had absolutely no idea what could have happened to Jerry. He was confused as to how this could even happen. You'd at least expect to find something after a search as large as this. Now, this is where things get really bizarre. 9 days later, on November the 19th, 1938, a group of searchers accidentally strayed from their normal grid search pattern and noticed that there were some faint tracks going uphill on one of the mountains. The tracks were small and left the searchers confused as to what they were. They followed the tracks 1,000 feet up a steep hillside, 4.5 miles now from the location of the disappearance. There, they found Jerry's body lying face down on the ground with no shoes or socks on. His coat was gone and the searchers had absolutely no explanation as to what happened. No one did. Paulides has said that it's important to note that the temperature was hovering around freezing at the time, and the coroner went on to note that the boy had died of exposure. Some questions still remain, however. Why on earth would a lost small boy remove his shoes and socks in this sort of terrain? Why was his jacket never found? Jerry was 1,000 feet up a hillside. With his condition, how in the world could he have gotten up there? This whole incident doesn't make sense. Paulides went on to pose the question, could Jerry have been enticed up there by something? Was something forcing him up the hill? To this day, Jerry's disappearance and death remain a mystery. It's difficult to understand just what happened here.
Now, if you guys follow the Missing 411 books, Missing 411 interviews and cases, and the recent Can-Am Missing project of David Paulides, you will know that there have been dozens upon dozens of these cases where they find the victims in a grid search that has already been searched thoroughly by humans and dogs that go in, and they do, overhead flare radar so they could detect if there was any body, all different kinds of searches. Then a body will days later be in the same spot already searched, and when they find the body, they are either missing articles of clothing, and in a lot of cases, missing shoes. Just a weird little thing. It's nothing, just a bizarre little wrinkle to the missing 411 cases that are always fun to look into. It's one of my favorite topics. Now, we're going to move on to the death of a young girl named Catherine Hobbs. This is another unsolved case, and a girl that many times believed she was going to be murdered or she was going to die. So let's talk a little bit about this, and we actually have a clip from an old Robert Stack Unsolved Mysteries, and I have to be very careful as to not get the video pulled down, so I will do my best to pause and just try to fair use this thing, because Unsolved Mysteries, very, very heavy-handed with removing videos. So Kathy Hobbs, pictured here, this is who we're going to be talking about, had a hard childhood. Her parents were divorced when she was 8. This was especially difficult on her because she was very close to her father. When she was in middle school, she had a close friend die from a heart condition. She almost always spoke of feelings or premonitions that she would never live to be 16. She and her family moved to a residential apartment complex in Las Vegas in order to help her get her mind off her fears. She made several friends and seemed to adjust well until her 16th birthday approached. Kathy once again feared that she was going to die. She spent all of her time in her room and refused to leave the house. On the morning of her 16th birthday, however, she was surprised and relieved to realize that she was still alive. She seemed to have overcome her fears, confiding in her family that the premonitions were unfounded, and began living a normal life and a normal teenage life. She started to spend more time with her friends and began to, take more up on her appearance, wearing makeup. She developed an interest in beauty products and had started pursuing a career as a beautician. She even planned to open her own hair salon called Cat's Cuts. So at the end, they give you a very short update, and that's how they leave it. Michael Lee Lockhart, a man named Michael Lee Lockhart, was a prime suspect in this Kathy Hobbs murder, and since then, he has been executed. So who is Michael Lee Lockhart? Well, Michael Lee Lockhart is a serial killer, or at least a guy that killed multiple people, even if it's not in a serial nature, maybe not an exact MO in every case, but you have someone that killed a bunch of different people. On October 12, 1987, Chicago, Illinois, a woman is accosted by a strange man and forced into an alley. She was assaulted by her unknown assailant and also had her purse ripped from her arms. Thankfully, the woman was not seriously hurt and eventually was able to recover her stolen property. However, there was something hidden with her returned property that had not expected to be there. Another purse, a smaller purse, was tucked in with hers. It was later determined to belong to a victim of a vicious murder, a young girl by the name of Wendy Gallagher. This woman hadn't known it yet, but she had come face to face with a man capable of extreme violence, and her mugging was one of the first of many crimes that would be committed over the next several months. So here is Michael Lee Lockhart pictured here. The random mugging was committed by a young man named Michael Lee Lockhart. Michael was born in 1960, raised in Toledo, Ohio. Michael seemed to lead a somewhat normal life. Born with the gift of gab, his friends would report how lucky he was with the ladies and how much of a smooth talker he could be, a natural-born salesman. Michael eventually got married, but after a short while fell into a depression. He claimed to have contemplated suicide on a number of occasions and attempted to seek help, but soon found other ways to cope with his emotions. Michael reported that his life took a turn for the worse when in 1984 he dropped his wife off at work, took his parents' car, and headed out west. At this point, he began to drink and use drugs more and more. In order to support his expensive habits, he began turning to crime. He was eventually arrested while in Wyoming and was imprisoned until December of 1986, but failed to learn his lesson while in prison. He was still involved with drugs and continued to commit crimes to support his habit. Michael was arrested once more in Locust Grove, Georgia, for breaking into a vehicle and drug possession. On May 2nd, 1987, it was alleged that Michael threatened to kill the person that he was trying to break into. Just 4 months later, in August, Michael would break into a home in Ohio where he would acquire one of his most utilized tools, a pistol. Michael's criminal timeline does not end here. Things only seem to get darker and more sadistic as time goes on. Michael continued his life of being a drifter and kept moving state to state. On October 13th, 1987, Christine Gallagher had just gotten done with a busy day and made it to the family's Griffith, Indiana home. She unwound for a bit, checking in on her sister, who she assumed was in her room resting. As she opened the door to 16-year-old Wendy Gallagher's room, she was stunned at the horrific sight. On the bed lay her younger sister, brutally murdered. Wendy's body was partially nude, and her hands were bound. Wendy was stabbed 21 times and had been disemboweled by her killer. Wendy's purse was missing, and police were able to find a fingerprint which belonged to the killer. But outside of that, there was little to go on. There were no signs of forced entry into the home. What motive could there be? Who would want to kill an innocent child in such a brutal manner? According to Michael's later interviews, he claimed to have convinced Wendy to allow him into the home to use the telephone. And that was the gift of gab that he had. A lot of these serial killers you hear all the time were very well adjusted and were very capable of striking up conversations and even sometimes known as charming. This is how they could lure a lot of their victims. Now, all aren't, but a certain type of psychopath, sociopath, they have a way of faking these faking being happy, faking being interactive, and they just have a way to put their victim's guard down and make their way in. Now, after the murder in Indiana, Michael fled back to Ohio. On November 7th, Michael would bind and gag his estranged wife and sexually assault her. The terror would last for 2 days as Michael continued to torture the woman he once called his wife. Michael would then flee that area and continued drifting from state to state. The next day, Michael stole a red Corvette, and on November 16th, 1987, Lockhart stole some license plates while traveling through St. Louis, Missouri to help conceal the stolen vehicle. So just like in the other case with the vehicle and the license plates that couldn't be traced back, Michael made his way back to Florida, where on January 12, 1988, Michael robbed a Payless shoe store in Jacksonville. Less than a week later, on January 20th, 1988, in Land O'Lakes, Florida, Michael would again commit an incredibly heinous crime. A young 8-year-old named Jeremy Colner had entered the home to quickly grab an item before heading back out. As he entered the bedroom, he unfortunately discovered the partially nude body of his 14-year-old sister, Jennifer Kohler. Like Wendy Gallagher, Kohler was bound and had been disemboweled. Michael next traveled to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where he robbed a bank on March 21st in 1988. The next day, Lockhart went to Beaumont, Texas, where his crime spree would finally come to an end, but not at the expense of another life. Local police officer Paul Halsey Jr. saw a red Corvette with out-of-state plates and in company with a known drug dealer. This seemed suspicious to Halsey, so he attempted to stop the driver and speak with him. Once he attempted to stop the Corvette, it took off, and Halsey was unable to keep up. A few hours later, while patrolling the area, Halsey found the Corvette in a hotel parking lot. He found out the room the man was staying in and went to confront the criminal. Things quickly escalated as Halsey attempted to apprehend the suspect. He had the man place his hands on the wall while he attempted to take control of the situation. It's hard to tell exactly what had happened, but according to Lockhart, Halsey pulled his gun from his holster and approached his suspect. Halsey then started to lower the weapon in order to cuff the perp, but as he did so, Lockhart lunged at the officer. Lockhart was able to retrieve the officer's weapon and shot him twice, killing him. Michael fled the scene in the Corvette, soon abandoned the vehicle and hired a cab driver to take him to Houston. Along the way, officers stopped the cab and apprehended Michael. And through this, he would confess to a bunch of murders, and just going by the MO, the timing, and where he was traveling, they will link his death back, and he would be the prime suspect in the murder of Kathy Hobbs, who had the lifelong premonition that she would not live past 16. Now, he has not been criminally charged. He has already been executed. Now, I'm sure the family would love to have closure and have his name as the person that killed their daughter, but the police highly suspect that she was one of many victims that have not been found yet. At least they were able to recover her body, so they knew the MO, and just the timing of it adds up. But there are probably many other people that also died under the same circumstances that were never revealed by Michael Lockhart. Now, the legacy of him will always be a dark one. Sadly, many questions linger. Was his boastful claim of 24 victims accurate? Authorities strongly believe that Lockhart is responsible for the murder of 16-year-old Kathy Hobbs in Las Vegas. On July 21, and they go through the case here of how she was murdered and how her body was discovered. Lockhart was linked to these murders through fibers found at the crime scene, which matched fibers found in the car he had been using in the area at the time. So they were able to link him to the crime, but not formally charge him with the murder. So Michael Lee Lockhart, serial killer, most likely killed Catherine Hobbs. So it's nice that with all the unsolved mysteries, maybe, just maybe, we have closure on that last one. All right, let's see where we're at here. See where the chat's talking about. Hope you guys enjoyed this show. Let me get on camera here. Yeah, not bad, right, guys? That's a pretty good show. I mean, that 2 hours just flies by. And I do have some more cases and some more things to get into that we're going to save for the next hangout. And then I also have something else I'm working on for next Spooky Sunday, which is I just finished reading the Chaos Charles Manson book. So I'm going to do a full stream breaking down the theories out of that book with some other theories that I have myself and try to link some things together there. Our friend of the channel, Scorpio, who did the Owen documentary and the Vox Day documentary, he actually interviewed the author of this book. And more famously, some guy with a little podcast, Joe Rogan, just interviewed the guy that wrote the book. So it's becoming more popular. And I had just finished reading this book, Chaos, about Charles Manson and the CIA. And we've done streams on it before, but I'm going to do a full breakdown of that. So that might be next Spooky Sunday's topic. And of course, on the main channel tomorrow, we have a lot of stuff to catch up on. So, just seeing what you guys are talking about in the chat. I really appreciate it. It looks like we had about 300 people here. Johnny says, dead kids, time for bed. Yeah, I always like to give you some nice creepy stories to think about. But I gave you some closure on the last one. So, you know, at least we know that the killer is executed now. You don't have to worry. He's not going to come into your home and disembowel any of you guys. As for the rest of them, hopefully you guys wake up with both of your feet in the morning and everything is okay. I don't think there's any donations to get to, but let me just make sure. Definitely shout out to everybody that threw some support. Elizabeth Not a Jew and Bug Eaters donated to the program tonight, and Nassim Agdam donated a $2 super chat. So we really appreciate it as it's helpful in these times. One more time, I'll tell you guys that if you want to send anything in or just follow me on Twitter, and this is a good thing to do because if you don't get notifications or see my video, then you're able to get the notification directly from me. I also might work on some kind of email newsletter that'll be totally optional to sign into, and we can maybe do it for certain streams, or if there's any information, if they take a channel away or something. I'm working on a couple of things like that. We're also talking about setting this Spooky Sunday setup into a simulcast where you're going to have me on video, and then a way to get it up on maybe like an iTunes or a Spotify, something like this, where people can listen to it in audio form. People have been asking me about that because the videos are set up that it can be audio or video. So I definitely am really thinking about that. And then the last couple of links I'll share is if anybody wants to, you know, just help out what we're doing, you know, you can do so through PayPal or Streamlabs, but you know, nothing's obligated. It just helps out a little bit. But you know, I understand with everything that's going on right now, you know, nothing's expected. Okay. Yeah, then the Discord link I put in there's an actual Spooky Sunday folder, and you can put your suggestions, topics, or just videos you think people would want to watch. So that's what I got in the works right now, and hopefully, hold on one second, let me back out of this. Yeah, and hopefully we can just always have some new, fresh topics that people want to see. But when you're in Discord, people just love interacting. People just love talking to each other in there. So hope you guys go check it out. Other than that, just look out for my main channel stream. I'm going to try it for noon Eastern tomorrow with just some latest updates on what's going on in this crazy world and some fun stuff too. So with that said, guys, that was a nice 2-hour technical Spooky Sunday, but we'll just call it a Spooky Show podcast hangout. So I really appreciate you guys coming out. Hope all of you guys are doing well and are staying safe and I hope everyone's doing well. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out to this latest edition of the Spooky Show podcast. I hope you guys sleep tight and don't let the bed bugs bite, because they are literally everywhere. And as always, guys, I will see you in the next one.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Davey Crocko, welcome back to the channel. Don't know how many people will actually be able to make their way into here. Very impromptu. Just wanted to come on and say what's up. What time is it? 10 to 9, which means at 9 o'clock, I'll be talking to Wild Smile. We'll be doing our final preparations for the Midnight Crockpot. That will be on at midnight Eastern tonight, and we have a lot of topics to go through. Some serious, some just absolutely hilarious. We'll get some Joe Biden in there. Hey, what's up, Wade Watts? Good to see you. Yeah, share this out if you want, because not a lot of people are going to be able to know that I'm doing a mobile live stream for my Spooky Sunday channel, but it's my only option because Davey Crocko 3 is down. Can't do it there. My phone doesn't let me access my second channel. Crocko Clips. If you guys go and just YouTube Crocko Clips, it's at like 990 subs. So if you guys want to get it to 1,000, I can mobile stream from there. But I'm just walking, talking, had to go to the vape shop, and I just wanted to take a little walk, blow some steam off, and just get ready for the night. We have a big stream ahead of us tonight. It could be 2 hours, could be 3 hours. I overloaded the Discord with links for the show. I'm sure Wild Smile is going to be very happy with me for doing that. But we're going to be covering everything from vaccinations to very small portion of the debate. I'm sure Jeffrey Toobin will be brought up, but we saved a lot of stuff that you didn't see in my solo streams this week just for the Crockpot. Plus, Wild Smile's always got such great ideas. I mean, his mind and his editing skills and the way he puts things together, just beautiful. So I'm very happy of that partnership. Someone saying morning, Davey, in chat. Well, it's 9 p.m. Eastern where I'm at, so there is no morning here, but good morning to you. What's up, Linda? Always good to see you. Hope you guys can stay up. It's midnight Eastern. It's not midnight. It's midnight Eastern. It's 9 Pacific, so that should be a very doable time for everybody. I think we'll go midnight to like 2:30 a.m. and it should be good. Yeah, it's a little dark out. I like these late night walks through these. I live in a pretty decent neighborhood here, full of little artisan shops and little stupid restaurants and gimmicky bullshit, and a lot of white people. So yeah, it's good. Yeah, good, safe neighborhood. If anybody in the chat has any questions about the Crockpot or any questions about what's going on, I don't know why that reconnected like that, but I don't like that. I got Wild Smile messaging me right now. So yeah, tonight, midnight Eastern, Crockpot, October 31st, Halloween special on this channel, Spooky Sunday, and I will see you guys at midnight. And as always, I'll see you in the next one.
Hey, good evening, everybody. It's Dr. Crocko. Welcome back to the channel. How is everybody doing? Hope everyone's having a good weekend. Spooky Sunday, episode number 21, Strange Creatures. It's very good to see everybody. Now, if there's anybody new here, which I doubt it because we're being suppressed to the highest level, this is just a fun show. Nothing's taken too serious. We just come over here to have a fun time and talk about spooky, weird shit. Just had a very long interview, very fun stream with Adam Green of No More News. Went about 2 hours. We had a great time. Now, I'm trying to share this link out on Twitter, over on Discord, because we're going to be talking about the likes of Dogmen and Bigfoot and Thunderbirds, Mothman, flying humanoids. Maybe the New Jersey Devil will make an appearance. And at this point, we're not showing up in anybody's subfeed, so it's going to be a very small audience. So you put a lot of work in, a lot of research and articles and clips, timestamps, and not a lot of people are going to be able to see it. So it is what it is. Very limited hangout. We're just going to have to deal with it. Now, I was hoping the chat was going to work on the screen for the entirety of the stream. Looks like it's trying to catch up a little bit. Hopefully, it will catch up on your end too. See how fast it's going. Let's wait for that to catch up. Let's just see if it stays at a steady level. It's very weird that hopefully it just goes well. I'm trying to see if it's, okay, it looks like it's working normal now. So, okay, so it needs a few seconds to get going. Okay. Now, Fata Kings made this little template for us. Nothing too crowded. The last one had a lot of images and writing on it. This one's very non-assuming, nice creepy background. It's all one thing, not mixed and matched. I'm actually inserted in, so I'm behind the, it's a cutout. I think it looks very good. So shout out to Fata Kings for making us this template. Shout out to Fata Kings for making the intro to Spooky Sundays. We're going to probably work on a new one after this quarantine is over. All right. Oh, yeah, he said he made it in 5 seconds. Well, I can't make one. I don't know what I'm doing, so it's better than anything I could have came up with. Now, like I said, we're going to be talking about strange creatures, dogmen, Bigfoot, and we'll just get through as many as we can and try to bring it back to that spooky factor that we had for maybe the first 10 weeks. Then we got off into the conspiratorial. I think it's a good time during a quarantine to have some very spooky stories, and I think these creatures kind of bring those out. So I hope everyone enjoys tonight's stream. If you want to support what we're doing here, I'm going to put PayPal link and Streamlab link in the chat. Don't feel obligated. I know everyone's going through something right now, but if you do have anything actually you can throw towards the show, it's been pretty rough with the censorship. I will say that. So if you want to, we very much appreciate it, but nothing's obligated. Thank you to everybody that made their way here. I'm glad you guys went out of your way to find the video, or maybe you saw the link that I shared. Everyone told me they had to go straight to my page to find it. And that's just where we're at with pretty much all channels right now. So let me make sure I have all my links ready. Gonna have a bunch of stories about dogmen to start it. And I think we're just going to start with a story that we did talk about a couple weeks ago to kind of refresh us on what's going on. Okay, let me make sure I have it all ready. And like I said, if there's anybody new, these are in the vein of a coast to coast. These are in the vein of just a fun late night
We are
spooky
tracking
show.
some breaking news tonight.
Breadcrumbs for me to find out more truths about the dogman and what it is and where I came from, I guess, my history. And it's all came around full circle for me. And that's how me and Vic came to talk again about some things that I found out over time.
Yeah, the things you found out, they're not easy to deal with, to say the least. Speaking of that, 4 days ago, a boy was killed under strange circumstances in Kentucky. That incident caused you to start doing something you hope not to do again. Please expand on that for us.
Well, 4 days ago in the state of Kentucky, a young boy was killed, 13 years old, at his home. And he was killed by a canine, which is, at this moment, is unidentified. Some folks are saying that it was a coyote. And from what I've read online in the news articles, the boy was dragged away from his home 600 to 400 yards up a cliff face where he was killed by this canine. And after learning that news, it brought a lot back because it's just not possible for a coyote to drag a 13-year-old boy up a cliff face. And it's really messed me up because it's brought back a lot of things.
Yeah, you know what they say, it's best not to open up old wounds, for good reason, too. You told me you didn't think you'd ever come back on the show. What made you decide to come on and do that?
Well, as I said, that I had no interest in doing any field research on the dogman.
So we played that story the other day, or I actually read a couple articles on that story. A 13-year-old boy dragged into the woods, unknown canine, unsolved case, boy was murdered. The scene was heavy forest, dragged him up a cliff, and no one ever knew what kind of canine this was. We still don't have any updates on the case. The area it's in, a lot of people think it's a dogman. Now, we know some of these stories are very conspiratorial, and that's why we just have fun over here. Don't take anything too serious. Shout out to Social Observer for the $5 super chat. Says Wilcock literally called a Babe Ruth Q shot today. 3 days of darkness, no internet or phones while arrests take place, only EMS messages. Terry McKinney, shout out for the $2 super chat, says broke assed. Thank you, Terry. Appreciate that message. Broke assed. Thank you. And you guys can let me know if the volume of the music is good. If it's too low, too loud, just let me know in the chat. We're going to get through a couple stories here. Shout out to Cody Pendant, $10 PayPal donation. Appreciate it, brother. If it's a Streamlabs, I will check it. Okay. Now, a lot of people ask, which cryptids do you believe in? Which ones are supernatural? Which ones are just natural animals? And which ones just aren't classified? Which ones are flesh and blood creatures? Where do they come from? There is no doubt at all that there are multiple types of cryptids in our midst. and we're going to have to look through the multiple different ones that people have told us they've seen out in the woods. People have had strange sightings all over the place. Sometimes they see them with a UFO present. Now, we have everything from the chupacabra to the orang pendek to the dogman to lizards to Bigfoot to flying humanoids. But one of the most controversial is the dogmen. They never seem to go away. So many drawings, depictions, stories. There's great shows that talk about them all the time. And most people would think that maybe you're talking about a werewolf, except that there's barely a dogman case on record which involves someone shape-shifting into a creature. It's always just someone sees the flesh and blood creature. Some people think they're some kind of telepathic creature that comes through a portal, and they're actually not flesh and blood. Now, almost exclusively the dogmen appear to be, some kind of upright wolf, some kind of dog-human hybrid, some kind of Bigfoot creature. Now, that would be enough to raise the eyebrows of most people. But when you study them and you stumble across the trend where dogmen are seen at sacred sites, ancient mounds, they seem to travel by themselves. I don't hear many stories of them in packs. You start to get very interested in these creatures. Now, some people have had bizarre encounters with what they call telepathic dogmen. Now, these things have gained like a cult-like following for a niche community on YouTube. There's a show called Dogmen Encounters that follows stories. They have a weekly show where somebody comes on and talks about their encounter. Now, much as the name suggests, these entities are usually described as being very tall, bipedal, covered with shaggy hair, much like a well-known Sasquatch. But in this case, they also have pointed muzzles and features of a canine nature. Spotted in many regions in the United States, the dogmen are a bizarre phenomenon that manages to teeter where the lines of Bigfoot, werewolves, and the paranormal urban legends intersect. Yet taking things deeper into a strange world are the various reports that suggest these beings utilize a mental power of telepathy as well. One very interesting and quite bizarre account comes from a witness who posted her experience in a blog I was looking at and claims that she had regular telepathic contact with a dogman itself. This entity was first encountered by the witness in a rugged mountain setting in New Mexico, where she was out one day with her fiance for a hike. At one point during their peaceful walk, her fiance suddenly called out to her to be careful of a bear ahead. Looking forward, she saw what he was talking about, as a hulking brown shape could be seen, heard crashing through the thick woods. Now, seeing a bear out there was quite unexpected, but what's even stranger was what allegedly happened next. This is the witness statement itself. Hopefully the music is at a good level. Let me know if it's, sounds good. It didn't turn and look at me, but kept a very fast pace walking down what we eventually saw was a path. I said to my fiance how weird this fellow was, but he couldn't see him. I then pointed to the location of where he went as he walked in that direction. That is when the horrible feeling hit us both in the gut. Something told both of us to stay back. It was a clear message, and one I was willing to ignore, but not Michael. I wanted to go down the path further, but he said it was too dangerous. I must say the feeling in our gut was like a slight punch, almost a nauseating feeling. It affected our heart rates and our adrenaline was racing. I could feel my heartbeat all over my body. It was at the point that I decided to take photos in the direction the strange hiker had gone. It was one of those photos that we captured that turned out to be a dogman. He was standing and watching us as we were trying to figure out what to do next. We didn't smell him at all. He didn't have any odor any more than the bear did. But I must say, we did feel him. Even after we got home, the witness said she maintained a sort of psychic connection with this spooky entity, and that she learned a lot of new and surprising things through this. One thing she claims that she was able to glean from her exchanges with the dogmen is that despite their fierce appearance, these dogmen are not violent or vicious creatures at all. Another account of telepathy and dogmen was given to another site, and he claimed that he was a regular telepathic contact with a dogman. We hear multiple stories where people feel this connection. I've also heard these stories with Sasquatch like figures. Now we're going to go through a bunch of different stories, and I'm going to put in some clips as well. People talk about extraterrestrial dogmen, bizarre beasts that live between the lakes. They have all types of different cryptids. You'll hear everything from dogmen to ape men to deer men. So let me tell you the tale of the bizarre beast of the land between the lakes. Located in rural Kentucky and Tennessee in the United States, tucked between Lake Barkley and Kentucky Lake, is a national recreation area called the Land Between the Lakes, which was originally formed by President John F. Kennedy in 1963. Besides its modern-day designation as a recreation area encompassing 170,000 acres, over 300 miles of shoreline, and hundreds of miles of hiking trails, the area has also long been plagued by a variety of high strangeness, such as roving phantoms, Indian curses, mysterious lights, but perhaps the most bizarre is the history of strange tales of a bizarre bipedal creature which prowls the landscape here and has been called the beast between the rivers, or the beast between the land of the lakes. The creature itself is typically said to look rather like a bipedal wolf, standing around 7 feet tall, sporting clawed hands, powerful jaws with wicked teeth, glowing red eyes. They say it has a rotting stench. The area around its region have long held such dark legends from before the time of the first settlers to trickle into western Kentucky. Kentucky seems to be a hotbed for these kind of stories. Now, some of the first Europeans in the region were French trappers, hunters, and these people claimed that the forests were prowled by a massive beast, half man, half wolf, which would howl in the night and leave mutilated carcasses of animals in its wake. A monstrous entity that was called the loup-garou. In some instances, these hunters and trappers were said to venture into the wilderness to never be seen again. And this was blamed on the mysterious ravenous beast. According to the native Shawnee tribe, this abomination was the spirit of a powerful shape-shifting shaman, and outsiders were frequently warned away from the area. When settlers began to come to the region, they are said to have been plagued by some large predator which lurked in the shadows, killing and maiming their livestock, with witnesses saying the culprit was a hairy wolf-like beast on two legs, which unleashed blood-curdling howls and shrieks into the night.
Hi. Is an alleged werewolf-type being that stalked the cornfields of southeast Wisconsin in the 90s. The inception of the Beast of Bray Road is as follows. Some teenagers from a school in East Elkhorn, Wisconsin, were talking about shared sightings and encounters with the alleged werewolf. The school bus driver mentioned these conversations to her friend, a different school bus driver, who mentioned it to Linda Godfrey. Godfrey is the journalist and subsequent author who was the first to cover the story of the Beast of Bray Road. Surprisingly, many of the sightings had been reported to the county animal control officer. Officer Fredrickson, in fact, had a file on werewolf sightings, and those are the sightings I will focus on because they're the most credible, seeing as law enforcement felt the need to document them. In Dreezy, a young manager at a local lounge reported that in 1989, she distinctly saw a werewolf, elbows facing up, gripping roadkill with long, sharp claws. She stressed that it was not larger than an average man, 5'7", maybe 150 pounds. She said that it was brownish gray, and its eyes reflected her headlights as it watched her drive by. In 1990, a group of 13-year-old sledders had a menacing encounter with the creature. Near dusk, they saw what they thought was a big dog, until it stood up. The incident was reported by one of the sledders' mothers, named Karen. She said that the kids were terrified, and that they saw a creature with silver-tipped brown fur. It had a face like a coyote, but its legs were proportionately too large to be a dog, coyote, or wolf. They watched the kids, and then gave chase, but retreated into a cornfield once the kids had ran half a mile. It, quote, ran like a dog, but with bigger bounds. Then in 1992, a teenager named Tom Brichta reported that he saw the creature twice, while driving to a campground near Bray Road, on Highway 6. He thought he hit a mailbox on a foggy night. Brichta reversed his car, only to have a, quote, long, odd-shaped arm reach at him through his open car window. He said its belly was at the top of the car, so he never saw its face. He saw thick nails and fuzzy feet before he sped off. Tom Brichta reported the incident to Lieutenant Lenz, a police officer with Jefferson County. Lieutenant Lenz notes that 30 minutes after Brichta's encounter, a truck drove into a ditch due to a, quote, something crossing the road at an apparently inopportune time. Dispatch found no trace of Brichta's encounter or the truck driver's creature, though the incidents took place 7 miles and 30 minutes apart. If it were the same creature, it must have been running at about 14 miles per hour in a straight shot down the road, so they are presumably and plausibly related. Brichta had a second sighting. It was on the same highway 2 months later in October of 92. He said he saw, quote, shoulders and a head sticking out of 6-foot-tall corn. He described the head and legs as dog-like, but very muscular. He said the creature, quote, snickered at him and had the attitude of a person window shopping. And after the Beast of Bray Road became a local household name, a man reported a story that his father told him years ago. That story occurred in 1936 at St. Coletta's Catholic convent. The convent began as a, quote, school for the feeble-minded. That is Coletta's self-description. But in the 1930s, it was acting as a sanitarium. St. Coletta's is where the patriarch of the Kennedy clan had Rose Kennedy lobotomized and subsequently held after the procedure turned her into an invalid. St. Coletta's night watchman, named Mark Shackleman, said that he encountered a man-sized werewolf digging on a Native American effigy mound on the property. Shackleman said that he was sure it was satanic and that it didn't go away until he prayed. He also said it could speak in a human-like way, but not English. He believes the creature or entity identified itself as Godera. So, $1 million question. Do I think these witnesses were seeing Bigfoot and misidentifying them as werewolves? No, I do not. As Bigfoot researchers, we put an awful lot of stock and veracity into eyewitness reports. If we claim that a witness can distinguish between a bear and a Bigfoot, then we must believe that a witness can distinguish between a werewolf and anything else. And as far as the reports are concerned, there is no doubt as to what the witnesses claim to see. Godfrey's sketch of Andreezy's sighting leaves little doubt that mistaken identity is a factor. She also specifically reported, quote, long, sharp claws, which does not correlate with what we know of Bigfoot. Even in silhouette, the ears, narrow shoulders, and snout do not make a good case for mistaken identity. The young sledders in 1991 reported a gray creature with the head of a coyote that chased them with large dog-like bounds. Again, not what we would expect from a primate. canine heads, and large, sharp claws are consistent among these Beast of Bray Road reports, which could be misleading with some apes, but not the type that is typically described or associated with North America's Sasquatch. As Bigfooters, we also put a lot of stock into circumstance. And the circumstance behind these sightings do not reflect zoology, for a number of reasons. First being the presence of the paranormal or spiritualism in these particular cryptid encounters. It indicates to me an overall lack of realism. Andreezy stated that her first impression was that she was seeing something, quote, supernatural, satanic, and straight out of hell. She claims that when she reported her sighting to County Animal Control Frederickson, books flew off the shelf as if they were thrown. Officer Frederickson did indicate that something, quote, unusual occurred when he met with Andreezy, but that is as specific as he chose to be. Do I think that a group of 13-year-old sledders saw a massive leaping canine that chased them all the way home? No. No, I don't. A report was made, but if any one of these kids' parents actually believed this story, they would have gone back to the location, found evidence in the snow, told police that a wolf or cougar or something attacked their kids, and there would have been dogs and police and sharpshooters, and it would have been a big deal, and we would have heard of it by now. Plus, if it chased them for half a mile, as they claimed, don't you think it would have caught them? Or do werewolves do bluff charges too? Do I believe that teenager Tom Brickta hit an animal with human-like arms that night? The same human-like animal that caused an accident 7 miles down the road?
Around that.
I thought it was possible. Until I read that 2 months later, he claimed to see a 7-foot-tall werewolf, quote, snickering at him while walking down the side of the road through 6-foot corn. And what of the watchman at the asylum? Did a creature, quote, from hell, speak to him as it rummaged through a Native American burial mound outside a convent where one of the Kennedys got a lobotomy? I don't know. This is all the trappings of a spiritual and personal encounter of the psychological, not physical type. Not saying I discount the story entirely, but zoologically speaking, I regard it as more or less irrelevant. Studying the occult is well and good and all. Some very smart and powerful people.
That is a really good point, Brianna. Yeah, why is there no Sasquatch emoji? That's fucking ridiculous. I mean, there's a gorilla. There's a gorilla emoji. There's a lot of emojis. I don't think I've ever seen a Yeti or a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot. Yeah, we need to get on that. We should march down to Big Tech headquarters ASAP. Come on, Silicon Valley.
Seem to think that it was worth some time and money, but I'm not sure it's in the same discussion as Bigfoot.
Now, since 1991, the Wisconsin town of Elkhorn has been the lair and hunting ground of a terrifying creature that is the closest thing one can imagine to a real-life werewolf. The monster has become known as the Beast of Bray Road, on account of the fact that many of the initial sightings were made on that particular road in that town. Without doubt, the expert on the monster is an author and journalist named Linda Godfrey. Some years ago, there was an interview with Linda about her research into this malignant beast, which has become known as the Dogman. Since 1991, reports have surfaced from other parts of Wisconsin, Michigan too. Linda said the story first came to her attention in about 91 from a woman who had heard rumors going around here in Elkhorn, and particularly in high school, that people had seen something like a werewolf, a wolf-like creature or wolf man. They didn't really know what it was, but some were saying it was a werewolf, and the werewolf tag has just gotten used because she thinks that people really didn't know what else to call it. She said she started checking it out. She talked to the editor of the week newspaper, and she was trying to get a job in the town to investigate this. And he said, why don't you check around a little bit and see what you hear? This was about the end of December 1991. And being a weekly newspaper that she started working for, we weren't really hard news. We were much more feature-oriented. So I asked a friend who had a daughter in the high school. She said, oh, yeah, that's what everyone's talking about. So I started my investigations and got one name from the woman who told me about it. She was also a part-time bus driver. In my first phone call to this bus driver, she told me that she had called the county animal control officer. So, of course, when you're a reporter, anytime you have a chance to find anything official, that's where you go. I went to see him, and sure enough, he had a folder in his file that he'd actually marked werewolf in a tongue-in-cheek way. People had been phoning into him to say that they had seen something. They didn't know what it was, but from their descriptions, that's what he had put. So, of course, that made it a news story. When you have a public official, the county control officer, looking into this, people started giving it credence, and it just took off from there. And they kept finding more and more witnesses, and it really started to take off in the town. While there are numerous different types of dogmen, some think they're demonic entities, some think they're shapeshifters, some think they're flesh and blood, a rare, unique kind of wolf, the list goes on and on. One of the strangest theories that people hear is that they are creatures of extraterrestrials. Thank you, everybody, for being here so far. Looks like we had about 100 people.
Let me just see one thing before we get into this next video. Shout out to Waterhead, $5 donation through Streamlabs, no comment. Rasta with a $5 donation through Streamlabs says, to keep those dogmen at bay, highly appreciate the help, guys. It's super helpful right now with all the suppression that's going on.
As I approached the stop sign, I got a clear view of the lake. It's about 20 yards from the stop sign to the lake. I looked over and crouched down next to the lake were two figures. I didn't think
I just want to say how funny it is that he's playing Woodward TV. I used to watch his channel a lot. Actually, I kind of forgot about it. I wonder if I'm even still subbed. I'm subbed to like 700 channels though, so probably.
anything of it at first, until I drove past the stop sign and one of them stood up and looked at me. I pulled over and stared at it. They both looked like mutant bears, but muscular, with human features. I could see fingers with claws. Its face was human-like, but with a snout. I watched for a good minute until the second creature stood up, and when it did, I hightailed it out of there. I don't know what they were. I think werewolves, but I never saw them again, nor do I want to. Yeah.
So at this point, yeah, I mean, I'm mirroring Crocko's stream of him mirroring Woodward. So it's a restream of a restream, essentially.
Yes, this is the account of a woman out of Spring Lake Park, Minnesota. Apparently, there are werewolves running loose in North America, folks. The infamous dogmen. I know that there are a lot of people who think they're too old to be believing in werewolves. I mean, why believe in something that you've never seen? Why entertain such an idea as a real-life werewolf? Why? Because people claim to have encountered them. And even though their experiences seem crazy, we can't assume that they're all liars. Now, the majority of us have never encountered a lion, tiger, or bear even, and perhaps never will. This planet is bigger than you think. Most of the wildlife that exists has never been seen in real life by the majority of people that exist. But most city dwellers can swear up and down that there is no such thing as dogmen or other cryptoids. Oh man, they're just demons, dude. Well, if that's the case, then it doesn't help. In fact, that's worse, because demons like to follow you home. There are thousands of eyewitness accounts of Bigfoot and or dogmen. In other words, some claim to have seen both of these beings together. These dogmen have been sighted in over 32 states and in other countries such as Norway, Brazil, New Zealand, Australia, Austria, the UK, and of course, the list goes on. Now, according to witnesses, this dogman is a 5.5 foot to 8 foot tall, 200 to 300 pound muscle man with thick fur, a humanoid face with a short snout, long pointed ears, fangs, elongated paws, with possibly fingers and definitely claws, red or yellow glowing eyes, the works. People have seen these things running on their hind legs, which appear to be bent backwards like a canine, at speeds over 40 miles per hour. The odor that they describe ranges from a skunky smell to a dirty dog's ass smell. But the difference of odors between Bigfoot and dogmen is somehow distinctive. Many assume that dogmen are just another species of Sasquatch. However, many researchers agree that this is not the case, as dogmen are a smaller and less bulky creature. They also tend to be more aggressive and less covert, as they seem not to care who sees them. Now, Bigfoot does not seem to be a predatory being, but this dogman does. It has been reported that this being will stalk you, it will growl at you, and it will probably eat you. But of course, you'll never hear that from the people that have been eaten. Predatory animals don't like for their prey to see them coming. It scares the prey off. In most cases where the predator is spotted by the prey, the predator runs off. In many cases, they have, however, been sighted feeding on deer and other wildlife. Speaking of wildlife, these dogmen are frequently sighted when coyote are present, in areas where coyote are not normally present, which means that something is attracting these coyote to these dogmen. What's interesting is that UFO sightings have also often occurred in the same area around the same time as these dogmen sightings. Here's a funny thought. What if these dogmen are just the pets of alien beings, taken for a walk on Earth, allowed to roam free, preying on whatever and whoever? Or maybe these things are the human beings turned monster that we are all familiar with, thanks to Hollywood. There is the story of a man who traveled to Portugal, claiming to have met a man who was a werewolf. Now, he traveled to this small town in Portugal and met this guy, who took him up into the woods and apparently began to transform. However, the traveler did get away from the guy, but only to stumble upon the home of one of the locals who already knew this guy was a werewolf. In fact, all of the townspeople knew that this man was a werewolf, but said nothing because they figured the traveler would just end up being another werewolf snack. Now, guns seem to just scare dogmen off. Bullets have very little effect, if any at all. People have reported shooting them, and these beasts just run off into the woods and are never found dead. Also, from what people have reported, these things, like gremlins, don't like bright light or electronics for that matter. This tells us that these beings are very sensitive to certain frequencies, as well as emit certain frequencies that animals and humans are sensitive to as well. People sometimes say that these dogmen give off the strange vibe of feeling angry towards humans. Maybe because these dogmen hunt and eat the same game, and see us as a threat to their food supply, because all they seem to do to humans is scare them off. Look at it this way. An animal will, in most cases, attack you because it is afraid of you. Humans do it all the time, but dogmen usually end up growling at folks. Speaking of growling at people, here's something that I found interesting. The hair on the dogman's body, like Bigfoot hair, is not just ordinary hair, but it's expected to be what gives these beings the ability to cloak or camouflage themselves, like a predator. And the growling actually sends out a vibration that stuns people or clouds their minds so that they can't see the beast, even if they know exactly where the creature is. More and more people are coming out with these stories of dogmen, and the discussion is growing. I do believe in the near future we will learn the truth about these sightings, and we will know for certain that these cryptoids exist. But until that day, the tales told of Dogman are great for some campfire fun.
Now, he mentioned coyotes in there. I don't know if any of you guys have ever looked into the history of coyotes, and I don't condone watching the Joe Rogan podcast, but he had a guest named Dan Flores on that talks about the history of the coyote, gets into the history of the American domesticated dog as well, and why we see so many numbers of coyotes. It was really interesting shit. You guys might want to check that out. His name's Dan Flores. It was just all about coyotes. He didn't get off into DMT or any of this stuff. It was just a normal podcast about nature and outdoors and the weird history of coyotes in this country. You might want to listen to that one. Now, one of the
Shout out to Mike. What's good, man? It's good to see you, sir. Yeah, that is a great idea. Spooky Sundays, a regular thing from now on, maybe. Yeah, I mean, in memory of Davey, I think it's a good idea, actually. I could kind of do what I did here tonight, play a couple of different episodes of his. He's only got so many on the channel, I think 30 something. So if I play 3 or 4, every Sunday, and go through them all within a couple months. So yeah, I might do that. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I'm liking it so far. I'm enjoying the variety. So much love. Appreciate it. Shout out to the chat.
The most mystifying puzzles of relatively recent times is that what became known as the Dogman. The creature resembles a huge wolf, but with one big difference. This creature walks on its back legs, upright. Well, kind of like a wolf, but the closest thing to it. Inevitably, parallels between dogmen and werewolves are always made. Certainly the leading expert in this field is Linda Godfrey, who has written a number of excellent books on the subject, including Real Wolfmen and the Michigan Dogmen. Now, one of the lesser known aspects of the Dogmen phenomenon is that which connects it to the men in black, or as some people have stated, the women in black as well. There are cases in which witnesses to and investigators of the Dogmen have been visited by men in black and warned not to talk about their encounters. Granted, the number of cases are small. This woman investigated 6 type cases, but when compared to each other, a pattern definitely emerges. One of the cases comes from Linda's investigation in the first weekend of August 2016 when she was investigating it. She spoke at this Ken Gerhard's symposium in the city of Defiance, Ohio. It's a nice name for a city, Defiance, which was the site of numerous werewolf and dogman sightings back in 1972. It was during a break at the symposium that Linda briefly mentioned her odd story to me, a story that went on to expand as follows. It was around 2003. It's a normal day. Happened to be out in this place. It was called Hospital Road, which is just off of Bray Road, the Bray Beast, and where a lot of sightings of dogmen had taken place on that particular juncture of the road. There were a couple of cameramen and 2 colleagues of mine that were there with me, and we were all being filmed for a TV show. It was the turn of one of my colleagues to be filmed. The other one and I were just standing at the side of the road waiting and seeing what was going on when this very large black sedan pulled up. As the window came down, there was an older woman in the car, nobody that I knew. We looked at her as the window came down, and she said in an accent that sounded like maybe Russian, or could have been Eastern European, "Do you need any help?" There was something about her mannerisms. It wasn't that she was tentative or worried about anything. She just stated this in a really almost commanding way. And my friend and I looked at each other and we just said, "No, thank you. We're just filming." And it was like she really didn't understand what we said because she said again, "Do you need any help? Can I help you?" We said no thanks again. She still didn't drive away though. She looked over at the cameraman who was filming the activity and she seemed a little reluctant to leave. But there wasn't really any great reason she could think of to justify saying, so she finally turned and stepped on the gas kind of slowly, and that was it. But it just struck me as so strange at the time. She was dressed in black, but it wasn't like a formal business suit or anything. The car was black. The interior was dark. I would estimate she was probably in her 60s. Had a deep voice. Her hair was grayish, pulled back. There was a bit of exoticness to her. It was such an odd thing. It was out of the ordinary and stuck in my mind. She just didn't fit into the local populace in any way. Of course, those of the skeptical nature would likely be inclined to say this was simply a case of a woman in black taking an interest in a TV show, rather than an incident involving the men in black. I should stress, though, that in other cases I have on file, where witnesses saw the dogmen, they were visited by the men in black. The black-dressed entities were on scene almost impossibly quick and always in cars. You know, the black sedans that pull up. So we started taking a deeper look at some of these cases. And she ended up having 6 of these.
Right around June 1979, I was 13 years old. And it was pretty much typically like any other day. During the off-school hours or on the weekends, we would always make plans to go fishing. Not a lot of my friends were old enough, nor would their parents buy them a weapon. My father was always, I'm going to get you your shotgun at 12 years old. We're going to go get your permit. You know, and he was part of a rod and gun club. You know, we're going to get your permit. And next thing you know, you graduate to a 30-06 or 35 or 32. Mine was a Remington. I remember that shotgun well. So anyway, it was typically an average day. You know, I mean, we had pre-planned earlier that day to do some nighttime billhead fishing, catfish, if you will, with 2 friends of mine. We'll call one John. And we wanted to meet on Burden Lake Road near this one particular street light at about, we made plans for 10 o'clock. Throughout the course of the day, you got to do your chores and you're not done. You know what I mean? So it ended up being midnight. And so we all agreed upon that. And we get on our bikes and we ride down there. This particular time, none of us happened to ride our bikes because it was relatively close to everybody's house. So we met in front of the mailbox. And now to give people a frame of reference or to try to give them a good image in their mind, it was just after a rainstorm. Now, to make people try to understand, out in Burden Lake, when it was cloudy and it was that late at night. Oh, for anybody who has any questions about why is a 13-year-old being up at 12 o'clock at night, back in that day, your parents really didn't have to keep an eye on you. You know, it was way safer back then. And besides, I could carry a weapon and I knew my way around a weapon. So our parents were all good with that. And nighttime fishing was a common thing for kids back then. You know, you grab a Coleman lantern, you grab some lunch or, you know, something to eat in a small cooler. In this case, we didn't have a lot of money. So we, you know, lunch bags, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or bologna and cheese. And we would meet up and do our thing. On this particular night, we met up at the mailboxes to divvy up the, earlier in the day, if I had a chance, or my friends, we would go fishing for minnows, and we would use the minnows as bait. And if we caught sunfish or something like that, we'd cut them up and use the sunfish as bait because bullheaded bottom feeders. Anything you stick on a hook that floats to the bottom, that stinks really bad. They're all over it. I mean, to them, that's like lunchtime. So we would go bait fishing if we could throughout the course of the day, preparing for our fishing expedition, if you will, at night. So that's pretty much what happened. So we were underneath the street light, and it was just after the rainstorm. And now I want you to understand, after a rainstorm on Burden Lake, you know, everywhere else is it's almost like different. You know what I mean? It's like Burden Lake is like a lost world. It's like another time, you know? After a rainstorm, even a semi-cloudy day, night is like dark as ink. I mean, pitch black. But you could clearly see from one street light to the next. That's not an uncommon thing to look at when we're doing what we're doing. And so we're sitting down underneath the light and we're divvying up the bait, which, John, if you're listening, I called them all. You didn't. So we were divvying up the minnows. And we were deciding on where we were going to go. So at the time, we lived near 3 lakes. Okay, first lake, second lake, third lake. And that's just the way they are. First and second lake are man-made. The third lake is not. That's a natural lake. And it's also the deepest lake. But that's besides the point. So we were divvying up the lures, the bait, and deciding actually if we were going to use jigs or not. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you like to jig in between, you know, bites on we always brought extra poles and stuff. So John looks over my shoulder, past me. Now, that wasn't really too unusual. But then he, like, points. And he's like, what's that? Now, fishing is the only thing on my mind right now. This is what I want to do. I mean, we went to school all week, so that's like working hard. You know, so it's really, that's all on my mind. That's all it's on my mind. So when he said it again, no, like, look, what's that? I got annoyed and I turned around. Excuse me. I was getting a little choked up here. Down at the next streetlight was the most impossible thing. It was impossible. I mean, this is just, you know, this is something you only see in the movies. And it's a freakish nightmare, you know, but there it is. I mean, you know, kids can be prone to flights of fancy, like I said earlier, but man, when it's standing right in front of you. And in between these two streetlights is a good 150 yards. So that's roughly 300 feet. So we could see eagle eye clear. And at first he saw it grab the rail, and we heard it when you're thinking back, because, you know, sights, the sounds, the smells, everything is prominent. You never really forget it. It's like a mom's baked bread. You never forget that smell. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's not something you forget. So he said first one hand and then the other. And I have to clarify now, they were not paws, they were hands. These had 4 fingers and a thumb, an opposable thumb. And what I saw when I turned around was it was already halfway out of the water. Or, well, I presume the water, there's the dike right there, and it was wet. You could see it. I mean, you could see the water dripping off of it. You could see the breath coming out of its mouth. I mean, it was just, picture perfect. I mean, you couldn't miss it. And I guess there's that old saying, there's that primal fear, when you're really afraid, not fight or flight. This is primal fear. And so as he steps out of the lake, the other friend of mine, we'll call him Tom, he was like, holy blank blank. And that's when this thing heard him say that, and it snapped its head around and looked at us. And I got to tell you, I couldn't see its eyes, but man, you could feel it. You could just feel it. It was like this thing gave off a sense of, the only thing I can say is evil. I can't, projecting fear, but it didn't make any noise. And I don't remember seeing like a tail or anything like that, but it was definitely dripping water. It was definitely wet. Its mouth was like a German Shepherd. And it had so many teeth in its mouth. I remember thinking to myself, how can it even close its mouth? I mean, you could see them. I mean, you could see them like the heat just got done brushing them, bright white. Now, all of this may sound like, half an hour, but this is a matter of seconds. I mean, like seconds. This is just instantaneous. And when we said that, and the thing snapped its head around and looked in our direction, it started walking toward us. So from the dike to the small hill we were sitting on, we were sitting in the road. So, it's like, it's the old saying, if a sniper can see you, or you can see a sniper, he can see you. The same thing. If we could see it, it could see us, and it did. There's no question about that. And it walked off from underneath the streetlight into the darkness. Now, I hope you remember saying that in between these two streetlights, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face because it's like ink, black. But we could hear it. We could hear it so clear because it was so calm that night. It's right after a rainstorm, and it was so calm, and everything was so. Your senses, they're heightened because you could hear everything, smell everything, see everything, with the exception of the inky blackness. And at first, we could hear it just walking. We could hear its paws slapping, or its feet. It couldn't tell you which ones they were because I was so busy looking at its face and its head, which was unusually large. And the breath coming out of its mouth, it was something right out of a Hollywood movie set. There's no, yeah. And we could hear this thing walking. And then all of a sudden, you could hear the pace pick up. And now, I don't know if anybody's familiar with, how you can understand how a four-legged animal is walking and how a two-legged animal is walking. I mean, I know everybody out there listening right now has had friends that get out of the water and run across the pavement. You could just tell that it's 2 feet, not 4. And this wasn't a gallop, it was a trot. And then the pace started picking up. And that's when we were like, it was like somebody hit us with a bowling ball. I went one way, and my two friends went in completely opposite directions of each other and me. I chose to go up the road. Now, me being a kid that lives in the woods, I breathed the outdoors at the time. It was just, that's what I was. Why I chose to go up the road, I can't tell you, but I did. And I went up the road, and there's another street light up Nob Hill Road, probably about the same distance, 150 yards. And as I got to that street light, I slowed down a little bit because I'm thinking to myself, I ran so hard and so fast, I could hear my heart pounding, my breath, all these things running through my mind. And when I say that, I mean like it being the predator, me being the prey, that kind of thing. And I slowed down underneath the street light. And as I got to the street light, it was making the street light that we were just sitting under. As a matter of fact, it was standing right next to our tackle. And then it turned and it looked up at me, up the road. And here I am, like a rabbit in the headlights, standing underneath the street light, and it's looking right at me. And it comes right up the road, and I can hear it. So I'm saying to myself, woods, hide, go now. And that's exactly what I did. And when I hit the woods, I had a plan. I'm going to go through the woods. I'm going to go to this old man's house who, at the time, I won't mention his name, but at the time, he owned a kennel. He slaughtered cows for a living and pigs, anybody who wanted their cattle slaughtered. And I was going to go there because that was the majority of the grouping of houses where I thought I might be safe. So I cut through the woods and did what I had to do and made it actually to his house. And he's got a hedgerow that separates his yard from the person next door to him. Well, I saw that hedgerow, and like an Olympic swimmer, I put my hands out in front of my head and I dove into that hedgerow head first. And I sat in that hedgerow, Vic, for it seemed like hours, but I know it wasn't. And then this thing, this dog man, werewolf, however you want to turn it, I don't know, I felt like it was coming after me because I could hear it sniffing. It was at the hedgerow, and I was so scared. I was terrified, and I couldn't move. Talk about primal fear. I couldn't move. I felt like a rabbit that was right next to the cougar. Cougar doesn't see him, so the rabbit don't move. You know what I mean? That's what I felt like. And I'll tell you, anybody out there listening, I don't care how curious you are of these things, you don't want to feel that. You don't want to feel that. Anyway, this thing is sniffing, and I knew it was sniffing for me. And it was a heavy breathing, a heavy breath. Like a cow. I mean, you could hear it, like a bull snorting. It was kind of like that, only, longer winded, not just a snort. And it was sniffing for me, and I smelled it, and it smelled like rotten meat and dog urine. And it was the most grotesque smell ever. I mean, a skunk is one thing. A skunk has a unique smell. You know it, you smell it, and you know it. This is something entirely different. This is a mixture of scents that you can definitely put your finger on. And two of them I clearly recognized was rotten meat and dog urine, and wet dog. This thing got closer and closer and closer, and I could hear it, I could feel it, and the fear. I mean, I got chills right now just thinking about it, remembering this. And then, like, out of nowhere, like, I'm not a big proponent of God, but man, it's like somebody sent him. He wasn't really a friend of mine. He was a friend of my older brother's, but he was coming home from work or a date. I don't know, but the headlights hit the top of the hill, and you can clearly see the headlights. Now, at this time, I got to tell you, I didn't see this thing. I could just feel it, and I could hear it sniffing. And, when the lights come up the hill, I'm thinking to myself, oh, my God, I'm saved. This is like a godsend. And then everything went quiet. And the lights were gone. I heard his door open. I heard it close. And I didn't hear nothing after that. Now, I mean, nothing. It was like dead silent. But the unusual part is when I say silent, I mean there were no crickets chirping. The frogs stopped croaking. There's peeper frogs out there like you would not believe. As a matter of fact, when I hear them to this day, they put me to sleep because of the memories I have of that. And everything was just, there was no dogs barking. And you got to understand, I'm sitting right next to a kennel. This guy's got dogs everywhere. Not a peep out of these animals. Not a sound. So that, being that, and I was very aware of this, very aware of it. Being that as it may, I stayed in the hedgerow. I didn't move. I mean, I was breathing so light. I mean, it felt like my lungs were going to explode because I desperately needed to take a good breath of air, and I couldn't because I was so scared. And then I just got the courage, and I just picked my head up out of the hedgerow, and there was nothing there. And as a matter of fact, the moon was out. It wasn't really super bright, but it was bright enough where it wasn't as dark as it was. And, my eyes had well adjusted to the dark by this time, and I could see, pretty clear, and there was nothing around. I mean, I looked, my head was on a 360-degree swivel. Oh, excuse me. I didn't see anything there. And the kid down the road, I don't know, maybe he was in his house or something like that. I don't know. I managed to get the courage to jump out of the hedgerow. And when I say jump, I mean like I was on a trampoline. I jumped out of that hedgerow and I ran so fast to my house. And lo and behold, when I get there, my buddy Tom is sitting on my deck, screaming at me in profanities to open the door and get in the house, And my mother didn't allow this kid to stay overnight. She didn't even like him or his family. So, it was like, I was like caught between a rock and a hard case, and there's no way I'm going to leave my friend out there. So I invited him in, and we were real quiet the whole night. And, we really didn't talk much. And we did. It was always, what was that? It was a werewolf. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. You saw what I saw. What I saw was blah, blah, blah. I think it was Bigfoot, that kind of thing. We were kids, but I know what I saw. He knows what we saw, for crying out loud. I haven't talked to him in 20 years, easily 20 years. And my other friend, I haven't seen him in well over 30.
So if anyone's interested in stories like that, or you like shows like that with that format, that's a show called Dogman Encounters. It's on every Friday night. YouTube channel ran by a guy named Vic. Has a new guest every week. There's usually like 2 stories per person. Sometimes they have one long story. It can be an hour, could be 2 hours. It's good late night stuff if you're into that kind of, if you're into that kind of stuff. Everybody's not into those kind of shows. I like the audio podcast of stories like that. It's very relaxing to me. It's nice to listen to late at night. And like I said, this wasn't going to be a very long stream tonight. Just wanted to get an hour in with you guys because I didn't want to leave you without a spooky Sunday. And I figured just a little dive into some strange creatures would be nice. Ended up having an extra 2-hour interview tonight. We streamed earlier today, so just kind of trying to get caught up here. Let's see here. 1 second. All right. Let's see if there's any shorter stories I can share before we go. And one is, it's not going to be Dogman related. It's going to be something about invisible creatures in the woods. There's a witness that claimed to have encountered something that has been likened to the Alien and the Predator movies, able to evade and elude and attack through the use of artificial cloaking that masks its body and renders it almost invisible. Doctor of Physics Bruce Maccabee, an expert on optics, sounds, lasers at Naval Surface Warfare Center, and researcher into UFO orbs and other unexplained anomalies, describes the case of a predator in the forest on his site, and he later talked about it in the Missing 411 series. But the first time you can find this story is in a book by a woman named Steph Young called Predators in the Woods. Now, a lady called Jan had set up a hunting stand in her native Ohio at the start of the hunting season, setting it about 15 feet up between the trees in a forested area. She patiently waited. As she sat there, she passed the time texting with friends, taking photos with her phone. Suddenly, the woods went silent. You'll hear this with a lot of cases. When people find or see these creatures, everything goes silent, and it's noticeably silent. Birds are chirping. You hear creaks and cracks. Nothing. She noticed that there was no noise at all around her. The birds had stopped. There was no rustling in the foliage, just dead silence. It made her feel suddenly anxious, and she was so unnerved by it that she sent a text saying, "Something is wrong here. The woods just went dead silent. It's odd." She thought it possibly was maybe a panther or a coyote approaching. As her eyes roamed the area, she suddenly noticed a strange visual effect that seemed to be moving across her field of vision. About 20 feet away, it looked like a mirage in the desert, but it was not there. She removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes, wondering if it was something in her eyes causing it. But when she put her glasses back on, it was still there. It traveled from left to right in front of her above the ground and then eventually disappeared from sight. When it did, gradually the animal sounds of the forest returned. She later described it like the invisible creature in The Predator. Shortly after this, her nephew was at his high school not far away with other students. Several of them reported seeing strange bright moving lights in the sky as it got dark. They were on their sports field and the lights were directly above them, changing color from white to amber, then they disappeared. So we had these two weird stories just kind of around each other. And you can find way more about these predators in the woods in the Missing 411 series or in Steph Young's work. There's Something Taking People in the Woods and the book Predators in the Woods. She also has a bunch of YouTube videos up. Now, we're definitely taking requests in the Discord for the next Spooky Sunday, whatever you want the deep dive to be on, episode number 22. I'd love to get 3 ideas and put the vote back up. So if you guys aren't over on the Discord, I'm going to open it up quick and get you guys the link. Just give me 1 second, and we'll be wrapping up here shortly. Doctor needs to get some sleep. If you guys didn't catch it, I was on Adam Green of No More News channel right before this from about 9 to 11:30. That interview should be up on his channel. You might want to check it out. Pretty good stuff. So give me a couple seconds to get the link here. Make sure you guys can get into Discord. Then you can, there's a folder in there labeled Spooky Sundays, and you can go in there and just whatever topic you want it to be, I'll pick 3 of them, and we'll put a vote up. Whatever wins will be next week's Spooky Sunday. Also, if anybody wants to support what we're doing on this channel, you can do so through PayPal. You can do so through Streamlabs, and I'm going to put those links in the chat as well. I want to say I appreciate you guys finding the channel. Looks like we had about 100 people here without being on the sub feed. That's not too bad. That's not too bad for not being allowed to be seen. But I really don't want to get into it because it just kind of pisses me off at this point. So really, I just want to say I appreciate you guys. I hope everyone's doing well during this lockdown. If you go to all my channels, there's content for days. We've been doing videos every day, streams every day. So if you're bored, go check it out. If you need someone to reach out to, check my description. I have Twitter. I have Discord. If anybody needs to talk, if anybody's going through any shit, you can hit me up. I'll take time of my day to talk to you, even if you just need to shoot the shit for a minute or whatever. But that's definitely if you're a person that's isolated, quarantined, maybe feeling depressed or anything, check out the Discord. There's a lot of different links and people in there that could talk. Just a fun place to be. Fake King says I could use a loan. Oh, I'm sure some people are paying for that as well. Not made of money, but we can maybe figure something out for people. I know you're kidding, but other peeps. So thank you everybody that's thrown some support in my way. Thanks everybody that's came out and found all the streams. I appreciate everybody here. And as always, I will see you in the next one.
I want more. I want another one. I'm gonna roll another episode. Fuck it. Nah, I'm talking to Buda.
Hello, I'm Vincent Price. I'm here to introduce a new chilling series of classic ghost stories. There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. Throughout human history, people have reported seeing dark, shadowy, human-like figures stalking from afar.
Something forcefully took Dennis Martin off that hill, and nobody will talk about it.
Every fifth call I go on, I end up running across a set of stairs.
Hello?
Have you checked the children?
By the end of the war, the Americans started to realize that the Germans had fantastic technology.
In 1989, Al Bielek came forward to reveal his participation in the astonishing Philadelphia experiment, and that he had survived time warping.
Welcome. How is everybody doing? Welcome back to the channel. Looks like the chat is not on the screen. I want to figure that out before we start up here. Let me get on camera. All right, so the chat is not showing up. Hey, One Step, how's everybody doing? Thought we'd have a little hangout, maybe an hour, maybe a little less, but just to hang out and shoot the shit. We'll talk about which topic won this week's poll. We'll go over whatever a couple of things that we may bring up on the Sunday show tomorrow. And if I have time, we're going to talk about this weird case of a doomsday mom with a couple missing children. It's been in the headlines, so I figured we'd talk about it. Her name's Lori Vallow. She was from Idaho. Then she went to Hawaii. She has 2 kids missing.
They peeled some layers back, find out she's in something called Preparing a People, some weird little cult that she's in. So it's a fun little topic. I figured that'd be good for the show. But I do want to have the chat on the screen, so I'm going to try to figure that out real quick. Okay. Saving the settings. This might just take me a second. It's weird that it doesn't just automatically do it, but we can figure this out. We've done it before. Just bear with me a second. Just in my OBS settings here. Hey, Ruth, how you doing? Good to see you. Width is 6. Just want it to be the right size. Well, we'll fix it if it's not. If it doesn't show up, I don't know if I can fix it while I'm on here. We'll see. I'm going to launch it and see if it works. What can you do? There we go. Woo! Look at me fixing shit over here. Tech guru, tech genius in the building. Nice. I like when things actually work out for a second. Hey, Just K, good to see you. Yeah, I'm glad I was able to do it live as well. Obviously, I could have just took the night off, prepped the Sunday show, not even told you guys what won, and left it a surprise. But I figured I have the time. I had like an hour. I was already reading up on this one story that was kind of interesting. Figured you guys would find it interesting as well. So figured I'd just come on and share it with you. Why keep it all to myself? If you're new to the channel, welcome. We appreciate you subscribing. We're almost up to 1,000 subs already over here. Very quick ascension to 1,000. So I'm very happy about that. And I thank everybody that subbed and anybody that came from my other channels. I see it's a lot of familiar faces, but there are new faces in here and new people that have found us just from Spooky Sunday. I've had people reach out to me. Hey, don't really know what you're talking about in your other stuff, but I like this. And then I have people from the main channel. Yeah, I'm not really into the Spooky Sunday, but do your thing. So it's kind of cool how everything worked out. Bergie, Doug, UFC, Just K, Pale Horse. The only person I don't recognize so far is Paul's Deep, but I think he was here for the last Spooky Sunday. If there is anybody new here that only knows me from this channel, just say that that's how you found out. You could stop by. Just doing a little hangout here. Nothing crazy. Have one story, maybe a couple if we have time. First, we'll start off with the vote this week. So the results are in, and Unsolved Mysteries just blew everything out of the water. I think everybody loves the show Unsolved Mysteries, and it won 48%. Missing 411 had 27%. Serial Killers, which was in the lead in the beginning, just took a dip. The lowest spot, 24%. So I know people love those topics, and they'll be on future polls, so it's not a problem. We'll get to them eventually. Serial Killers will be a fun one because there's so many famous cases. So many ones where they haven't found the killer. So many famous ones that are just in the history books, from the Son of Sam, Charles Manson, which is obviously a deep dive in itself. Jeffrey Dahmer. I mean, you just go on and on. Missing 411 is obviously the book series by David Paulides. We did one episode on that already, but I figured with the new equipment, we'd probably jump into a new one. And Unsolved Mysteries can be literally anything that's a mystery, a history mystery, an unsolved murder mystery, really anything. That's what makes Unsolved Mysteries such a broad topic and a fun one to do. Yes, Fate of Kings, a broad theme. Speaking of themes, Fate of Kings is on the intro to this show, so that's awesome. Yeah, so Unsolved Mysteries can be anything. I'll actually have a list of stuff to pull up, and we can kind of brainstorm a couple together. Now, it's not like I'm having you, like Owen, write a show for me, but if anybody has any suggestions for Unsolved Mysteries that they like or that they know about, you can just say it in the chat or at me in the chat and let me know if you have any suggestions. I'll tell you what I had in mind, but obviously tomorrow is when I do most of the prep, and that's when I'll be putting the list together. But there's so many. I mean, we could go from a murder mystery to things like the Bermuda Triangle, to the Georgia Guidestones, to old couples that get harassed, anything, any topic. So it doesn't have to be one genre. I think I had a link with like a list of 30, and I'll read through a couple of them that I had in mind. Madeleine McCann, great topic. Yeah, great topic. Rampant, did Tesla murder his pigeon? No, but I saw some people glued some MAGA hats to some pigeons. That was a really dumb and stupid idea. I don't know if you guys saw that story. Some activist group glued little tiny MAGA hats to pigeons in a protest at Donald Trump. I don't understand what the protest was, but it obviously backlashed because it came out as animal cruelty to glue little hats onto pigeons. So that was just a weird story. I saw it today. Yes, pigeons. Yes, pigeons. I don't know what the activism was behind that, but I'm sure there's much more smarter than me, and it's just way over my head. It was just a really dumb idea, I think. All right. Amelia Earhart, classic one. Georgia Guidestones was one I was thinking about. There's some famous heists, like some famous paintings that have been heisted that I was thinking about adding. I want some like kind of obscure ones that don't, have a million shows on them already. Ciphers and things like that are always fun. Some of the famous codes, Zodiac Killer. someone was telling me about the Tau hum. It's like a hum that goes through all these cities and people hear it. It's like a low frequency. Some people were referencing the Phoenix Lights and other UFO ones. Maybe. I think the story of DB Cooper is really interesting. Let me see if you guys are coming up with anything in the chat. Was Bernie the Zodiac killer? Maybe. You never know. Could be anything. One Step says he's dropping Turpin Height 451 after Davey's stream. Very nice. I like it. One Step's video on Queen of the World was fucking hilarious. I don't think he's related to Ryan Cooper. Maybe. DB Cooper's the guy that jumped out of the plane with all the money and they never found his body. It's a mystery that, a lot of people talk about. There's the Torrid man that we talked about in the last stream. So like mysteries along those lines, I think are what we want to do. But, anybody can shout any out throughout the stream and I'll try to write them down and remember them. Valiant Thor. All right, now you guys are just getting wild. Yeah, I think Ted Cruz. Was it the Zodiac or was it the Ted Cruz's father? I didn't understand that whole thing, but memes get out there. Anything happens. Lucky X said, I thought they found DB Cooper. No, they found like a couple things of cash that I don't even know if they could connect to the cash from the plane and like maybe a strap from a parachute. But no, they never found him that I know of. There was rumors that some informant or some FBI agent said he had details that a former FBI agent, but there wasn't any concrete evidence that it was him. It was just a kind of like a whistleblower story, a conspiracy. So we don't know that 100%. All right. Cops covering for Robert Pickton. I don't know that one. I'll have to look into it. Michael Jordan's dad getting killed. Now there's an obscure one over a gambling debt. You think? That was a wild time. What was that, like 95-ish? I remember that. I remember because I would have been really young. Obviously, watched basketball when I was a little kid. I don't know if anybody's gonna watch the Tyson Fury Deontay Wilder fight tonight. I plan to getting together with a girlfriend of mine to get the fight. It's not actually on it's like on ESPN and on DAZN. I would definitely suggest getting it on ESPN. DAZN's website is just a little ratchet. I don't really enjoy their layouts or their coverage or their announcers. I think ESPN will have the better product there. So Andy says he's gonna get it. Rich, yeah, dude, the first fight was so good. And like it gives you a good feeling because when boxing is great or when MMA is great and the fights are awesome, like you can really just get in your own world and watch it. It's like you really are intensely watching this thing, and boxing has been missing that in the heavyweight division. I know this has nothing to do with Spooky Sunday, but it's just a hangout. Boxing's been missing that. The biggest fighter they had over the last decade, marketing wise, would have been Floyd Mayweather, and you basically knew what you were getting when you were going into the fight. A dominant performance, flashy at times, but for the most part, you didn't have these big name heavyweights, both undefeated, a rematch and still undefeated. A great fight where most people think Tyson Fury won it technically, but get knocked down at the end in dramatic fashion, gets up, and that basically evened the whole fight out. So it was great. Who do I have? I got Fury. But I am very concerned that he's been wearing sunglasses the last couple of days, and he was cut in his last fight, and there would have been no reason for him to wear the hoodie over his head and the sunglasses. I think that cut might have got reopened in training or something. If Deontay Wilder lands on that cut with his power and it opens up, I just hope it doesn't stop the fight. I hope it's a good fight. And if Tyson stays clean and the cut doesn't bother him, then I got Tyson by decision. But I think they are both going to be trying to go for the knockout because Tyson Fury learned in the last fight he could outbox him for literally 10 rounds and still get bombed on and it end up being a draw. And you can never count out Tyson. You can never count out Deontay Wilder with that power. He knocked him down. Basically, any other fighter, I think, would be out for the count in the 12th round. So to carry his power into the 12th round like that is absolutely insane. And I think, I'm just excited to watch it. I don't have any dog in the fight. If you asked me to break it down, I would say Tyson Fury, but I just want another great fight. I want no stoppages. A real stoppage. I don't want any cuts or any kind of low blows or any weird shit. These two seem like they respect each other. They both seem like good guys. We know Tyson Fury is woke to certain things. If you guys don't know, he had a little rambling a couple years ago talking about the Zionist and control. So Tyson Fury knows. He knows what's going on. And I'm sure Deontay Wilder, by the people that pays him his checks, knows what's going on. But yeah, we got Felder in UFC. I don't like Felder, to be honest with you. Not just because you said it, Lucky Hex, and you're annoying. I just don't like him. So he's like a wannabe McGregor. Yes, Tyson knows. Tyson knows. It's just going to be a good fight. I just want a good fight. I want to hang out, just have a beer, hang out with this girl, and just enjoy the fight. We've gotten a couple UFC fights, and I invited a couple other friends over, and we're probably going to do the same thing tonight. Invite another couple over that we're friends with, and just watch it, just have a good time, relax. So I said I love Fury, but that bad cut plus him changing trainers, I don't know. I think he changed trainers because he wanted a different approach for power punching this time, is what I heard. He seems to have the boxing skills. So I think he wanted to train with people that could really get him that power shot. I think Deontay Wilder is his heaviest, and it's like 230 or something like that. He weighed in the last fight under 220 pounds. I mean, that's very small for a heavyweight. Maybe even 213 pounds, something I heard. I don't know. Rogan talks about it all the time. He loves it. And this fight, I think he's 230 and Tyson Fury is 272. That's crazy. So that is a fucking, but he carries the power even at that weight. Like no matter what Tyson Fury weighed, you would still say Deontay Wilder, even at 200 pounds, packs a bigger punch. No, this is not a boxing podcast, but you know, what are you going to do? How was your day with Sing Along Bear? I think she's still on the bus. At fight time, Wilder's going to be 265. I don't know. I thought he weighed in at 232. That'd be quite the blow up. He's like, he reminds me of the body style of like Thomas Hearns, but with a way more jacked up shoulder mass. None of them look, it doesn't look like it's affecting them. Like it looks like Tyson put on the weight well, and it looks like Wilder just stays around a certain weight, but wanted a couple other pounds, probably because the last fight with Tyson hanging on him, it probably prevented him from getting off some shots. But I think that's enough boxing talk for tonight. Not enough, but for this show, I think that's enough. I'm glad to hear a lot of people are into this. So it says, damn, Davey, this is a spot on an analysis. I really like the fight. You know, I don't know much about the whole boxing landscape. I just know specifically these two fighters and a couple other fights that I'm interested in. Oh, I missed what I'm trying to keep up with it. Bad habits from having explosion in his hands. Yeah, it's weird though. Like you got to put it like that. Like what if you had that kind of power? Like it's something like, you know, it's ungodly, man. It's a crazy power punch. What is he? 43. He's like whatever it is, 42, 43-0, and every opponent except for Tyson Fury, he's knocked out. That's insane, man. That's an insane record. That's an insane thing to say. Once that I fought Golden Gloves for 3 years, I'm obsessed with boxing. Did not know that, buddy. That's a cool little thing to pull out. That's awesome, man. Throwing the gloves up. Yeah, boxing's great. When boxing's awesome, everything else is kind of awesome. You know what I mean? Like 90s, we had great boxing, but it kind of, for me, I lost interest in it. I don't think it was as great as past, previous decades, except for a few shining lights. Like Roy Jones was fun to watch, and then Floyd Mayweather, and you had some great, smaller weight classes fighting that were pretty exciting back when HBO had boxing. But now you look at it, HBO doesn't even have boxing anymore. Like you go on there on demand, like you could maybe watch some old fights, but I don't even think they have a whole setup anymore. It's Pac-Man for sure. But the Pac-Man and Mayweather fight happened way too late. That was like 6 years past its prime. Used to watch the Klitschko's, Presley says. Yeah, that was who Tyson Fury took the belt off, if I'm not mistaken. Vladimir? Where was it? Vitaly? I don't know. It might have been Vitaly. Yeah, I remember watching them when they were coming up and really on top of the sport. All right. We got our boxing out of our system. Ooh, Costazu. He was the one that I remember the name, Koysta. Zab Judah, right? He was the one that fought Zab Judah and knocked him down, and Zab tried to get back up really quick and then fell back down. I'm pretty sure that was Costazu. I just remember the highlight of him like trying to get up and like point his finger at him and falling back down. Embarrassing. I don't know who would win in a fight between Tourette's Bear and Sing Along Bear. I don't know. I will tell you, I think Tourette's Bear is a very nice boy, and we shouldn't mess with him. Yeah, that was okay. So it was him. Yeah, that was a fucking classic. That might have to. We might have to just watch that real quick before we get into this story. And the story that I'm going to be talking about is just this weird, the major players and timeline and the disappearance of JJ Valo and Tylee Ryan. Now, I don't know much about this story, so I could be off on it. But it centers around a woman named Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. And kids are missing. Still can't find them. They ended up arresting the woman and putting her on like $5 million bail. And when you look further into it, she was involved in this group called Preparing a People. It's like a doomsday prepper group, or, they're calling it a cult. We'll just call it whatever we want. But, very weird. Oh, so One Step is premiering at 8 p.m. All right. Well, I'll try to tell the story. I'll try to get through that story quick enough. I didn't know it was premiering at 8. I don't want to step on the premiere. I was wondering if these Zab Judah, it's the first one that comes up. I just need the knockout. I just need the knockdown.
This round was Costazu's clearly.
It was a straight. Yeah, straight right.
And then he's down he goes. A right hand, he's in trouble. He's in real trouble. It's over. JJ stops the fight in the second round. Costazu's clearly evening things up. And then he's down he goes. A right hand,
he's
in trouble. He's in real trouble. It's over.
Now, if he would have just took the knockdown, stayed relaxed, the ref would have allowed him to get back up, obviously. But if you go down, get up quick, and go back down, they can't allow you to continue the fight. Even if you have all your composure about you, it just doesn't look good. They can't allow it. That was a crazy moment, though. You can kind of take it into the Tyson Fury fight. He took that knockdown, was out for a few seconds. I mean, he was literally dead cold out. Woke up at about the 6-7 second mark and got up slowly. They're going to give you more leeway if you take your full time. You try to get up too much, sometimes your legs aren't under you, you're still scrambled, your equilibrium's off. It's not a good idea just for staying in the fight, let alone trying to just let the referee let you continue. Yeah, he did sit up like the Undertaker. It's just a very compelling fight. There's something about Tyson Fury that's special. There's something about Wilder, his power, that's special. And the fact that like they talk shit, but you can tell they have a respect for each other. Just everything about it is great for boxing and great for us people that like to be entertained by things every once in a while. And pretty much the only sports I watch now are MMA and boxing. So, okay. I don't know if this is going to be wrapped up by 8 p.m. Wednesday. If it's 19 minutes away to tell this story quick. I'll try to get through it quick though. And then I'll send people over your way to watch your Turpin Height 451 vid. How long is the video? It says you're good. No, I know. I'm just wondering how long the video is. Shooting the shit, man. Yeah, I mean, this isn't going to be crazy. This isn't going to be crazy long. I just wanted to hang out with you guys for a little bit. And if anybody has any suggestions, the winner of the, I'll keep mentioning this, the winner of the poll was Unsolved Mysteries. So literally any unsolved mystery from murder to paranormal to psychological to just crazy mystery, you can put the suggestion right in the chat, or you can leave a comment on the video after, and I will go through them. And if I happen to come across one, I will add it to the things that I'll take a deeper dive on for the live stream tomorrow. There's a lot of, Escape from Alcatraz. We said the Zodiac Killer, Bugsy Siegel's murder. There's so many different ones. Houdini. Someone was telling me this thing called Judge Crater, Lizzie Borden, Jimmy Hoff. I mean, it's on and on. We said like the Bermuda Triangle, a bunch of different shit. And then we'll pick a couple classic ones from the TV show itself, some of their most famous cases, because you can't have a stream called Unsolved Mysteries without referencing Unsolved Mysteries. But you got to be careful with copyright with that. So I'm going to try my best. So the major players in timeline in the disappearance of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan. Police seem no closer to finding 7-year-old J.J. Vallow and 17-year-old Tylee Ryan than they were when the story began months ago. Since that time, the story has gained international attention and it's taken twists and turns involving a purported cult, dead spouses, delusions of divinity, and preparing for the end of the world. Despite all the angles and ever-growing number of people related to the case, the fact remains essentially the same as when it first was announced. The 2 children remain missing, and the parents, Lori Vallow, but her husband's name is Daybell, husband Chad Daybell, refused to disclose their whereabouts to police. Both have been named persons of interest in the disappearance of the children. Law enforcement is also investigating the deaths of Daybell's previous respected spouses. I see, that's why I don't like that they use that last name. Lori Vallow's previous spouses, Charles Vallow and Tammy Daybell. So each of their former spouses died. These 2 people that are married with the missing children. Lori Vallow, her 2 former spouses died, and the husband, his former spouses died. And they're both suspects in those cases. So they got some bodies on them. So they put together like a little interactive timeline on this one, and then we'll go a little further into the case, and I'll tell you about the group she belongs to and everything. I don't know if anybody's looked into this case at all. It came across my radar, and I figured for the hangout, this is kind of a cool little story to tell. And it's like still ongoing right now. It's I saw it in the news like 2 days ago, but I guess it's been going on for months. Are these the people that fled to Hawaii? It is. They did flee to Hawaii. I think we're going to get to that though. So the Rexburg Police Department announced their search for JJ and Tylee on December 20th, 2019. The following day, investigators announced their mother, Lori Daybell, and her new husband, Chad Daybell, as persons of interest in their disappearance. The couple married within weeks of the death of Chad Daybell's previous wife, and Lori Daybell's brother, Alex Cox, shot and killed her former husband, Charles Vallow, last summer. Okay. So in 2006, Lori marries this guy, Charles Vallow, in Las Vegas, after she divorced her 3rd husband, Joseph Ryan Jr., the father of Tylee. So she's had 5 husbands. In 2014, the Vallows moved to Hawaii. Charles and Lori Vallow moved their family to the island of Kauai in Hawaii before returning to the mainland a couple of years later. In 2014, they also adopt JJ. In 2015, Chad and Tammy Daybell moved their family to Salem from Springsville, Utah. So they moved into Idaho in May 2015. And then Chad and Tammy moved their family to Salem after hearing Utah after he hears a voice saying they need to move to the area. So that's your first sign of this is Lori's husband now, Chad Daybell. He moves his family to Idaho because he heard a voice telling him he needed to move. And you'll start to see as this goes on, they claim that they are gods. At least Lori does. They claim they have a divinity. They claim to be able to hear things. They're part of this group called Preparing a People, which is like a quote spiritual movement that's about prophesizing and preparing yourself for doomsday events. So it gets pretty weird. In April, Lori's ex-husband died. Her third husband, Joseph Ryan, died of a, quote, heart attack. I'm pretty sure she had that body cremated. Now, I've been trying to find these. December 2018, Chad and Lori make a podcast appearance. They first appeared together on Preparing a People's podcast, quote, Time to Warrior Up. I've tried to look everywhere for this, and it seems like the Preparing a People have removed this from their website. Plus, it sucks to say Preparing a People's podcast. Preparing a People's podcast. It's too many P's. February 2019 to March 2019, Lori vanishes. Family says Lori disappeared for 58 days, leaving the kids with family members. It remains unclear where she was. That's a long time to be missing with children. In 2019, Charles Vallow filed for a divorce from her and says Lori threatened to kill him and stole more than $35,000. He later changed his mind, wanting to make the marriage work, which was one of the worst mistakes he ever made. He should have just stuck to the divorce. Lori's niece asked husband for a divorce. That's really not, we don't need to get into that. So the guy that wanted divorce but had second thoughts was shot and killed. Charles is reportedly shot and killed by Lori's brother. This happened at her rental home in Chandler, Arizona. Lori left that home shortly after. And then she married this new guy, Chad Daybell, who seems to be an author of these prophecy books. So the main two people are Lori and Chad Daybell, and the two missing children. JJ is last seen at his school in September 23rd to be exact, in Rexburg, Idaho. His sister, Tylee Ryan, is also last seen in September. So, I mean, that's the last time anyone's seen them. They've been missing since, and they still don't have any answers of where these kids are. On October 1st, so a week after this happens, Lori Vallow rents a storage unit. Rents a 10x10. Surveillance video shows she and a man believed to be her brother, Alex Cox, the same guy that shot her ex-husband, visiting the unit several times over months of October to November. Items are often placed in the unit, then removed days later. Tammy Daybell, the wife of Chad Daybell, says she was shot with a paintball gun at her home in Salem, Idaho. The masked assailant ran away before deputies arrived. This is such a convoluted story, but I'm trying to keep it to the main players. So Tammy Daybell, the former wife of Chad Daybell, dies at her home in Salem. Officials initially thought she died of natural causes, but now we're calling the death suspicious. So these people, Chad and Lori, all of their spouses, you know, their previous spouses, both of them died under mysterious circumstances. Now their kids are missing, and they're the main suspects. That's basically where we need to be at. Yes, a family that kills together, sticks together. Scary looking woman. Oh, here she is. I want to say she's scary looking. That's not really too scary looking. We've seen scarier. Oh, looks like Glitchmod found the channel. He wants to tell me that I'm gay. He'll sprig out for a little bit, but he'll tuck her out eventually. What's up, Glitchmod? Good to see you. I thought you were on a assignment. Case of the missing Idaho kids, a timeline and the disappearance. We won't go through the whole timeline again. We kind of just did that. I'll just try to get any information that I missed. So on December 19th, Lori and Chad Daybell were named persons of interest in the children's disappearance. Neither have been arrested or charged with a crime, and both deny any wrongdoing. The Rexburg police announced their search for JJ and Tylee, adding that the FBI had joined the investigation. Later in December, an attorney for Chad and Lori issued a statement on their behalf saying, Chad Daybell was a loving husband and has the support of his children in this matter. Lori Daybell is a devoted mother and resents assertions to the contrary. Of course she does. So they're seizing items from their home. They're taking their computers, cell phones, journals, documents, medications. Child Protective Services comes in January, late January, on behalf of JJ and Tylee. Lori Vallow is served with an order, a city in Hawaii, by the Kauai Police Department. The order gives Lori until January 30th to physically produce the children to Idaho Department of Health. Lori's fifth husband, Chad Daybell, was with her in Hawaii when the order was served. So they're basically like, all right, bitch, your kids have been missing for 3 months. You need to produce your children, or we're going to move along with charging you for the disappearance. Like, cut the shit. We're not taking the you don't know where your children are answer anymore. And you need this to look out for the best interest of the child sometimes. I know some of these laws are evasive and we have to worry about that, but when you have two people that have been around and involved in this many weird things, and their children aren't missing, and their children are missing, and they're not with them, and they're not complying with you, you need to have some kind of recourse to step in and say, okay, you have to produce the children. You literally have to produce them right now, or we're charging you. So she fails to produce the children to the Idaho Department. And like the grandmother even came out and made an appearance saying, show us the kids and end this craziness. It's not hard to do. And then February 10th, news breaks that Tylee's cell phone was found. One of the children's cell phone was found. The phone was allegedly discovered in her mother's possession in Hawaii, of course. February 20th, Lori is arrested in Kauai and charged with 2 counts of felony desertion of a child, misdemeanor charges of resisting and obstructing an officer, solicitation of a crime, and contempt, according to the prosecuting attorney, and she's held on $5 million bond. And the children are still missing, and they're asking for help. 1-800 The Lost or the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children are putting out statements to try to help find the children. Excuse me. We'll get into a little bit of the doomsday stuff. Case of missing children tied to doomsday beliefs and 3 deaths. So I have to scroll through the article a little bit because they recap the whole case. Family members used to describe Lori Vallow as an attentive mother who had her kids' best interest at heart. But that was before she reportedly declared herself a god sent to prepare the world for an imminent apocalypse, before 3 untimely deaths of people surrounding her, and before her children went missing. If somebody 2 years ago would have said that this was going to happen with Lori, I never would have believed it, JJ's grandfather, Larry Woodcock, said in a statement when he announced a $20,000 reward for information about the children. There was a timeline change with Lori, and it started a few years ago. Some of the timeline is detailed in a newly released court document from investigators in rural Idaho. The document paints a bleak picture, with police saying Vallow repeatedly lied about her children's whereabouts, their belongings had been found in an abandoned storage unit, and there has been no sign of them in months. Again, she's on a $5 million bail. Tylee disappeared first, but they both were missing by the end of September. The Vallow's marriage had been crumbling. Charles had filed for a divorce, saying in court documents that he feared she would kill him, and that she developed strange, doomsday cult-like beliefs, reportedly calling herself a god assigned to carry out the work of the 144,000 at Christ's second coming in July 2020. So she has all the answers. She thinks Christ is coming back July 2020, and she needs to be ready because she has work to do. She's assigned to carry out the work. Cox told police the shooting was okay, hold on. They just added this part in. Vallow didn't begin in September. Her husband, Charles Vallow, was shot and killed in July at the family's suburban Phoenix home by her brother, Alex Cox. Cox told the police the shooting was in self-defense, that Charles Vallow had come at him with a baseball bat. Police investigated, but the case didn't go far before Cox died of unknown causes in his Arizona home in December. So her ex-husband is shot by her brother, and then the brother dies of mysterious circumstances in December. So just people just dropping like flies around her. I'm just going to keep pulling up some articles here, kind of go through the case. Doomsday cult mom Lori Vallow arrested in Hawaii. We got that one.
$5 million. Lori Vallow appeared in court after Idaho prosecutors handed her
And I actually have that channel, that chapter. He did a kind of a quick breakdown on this. So we might just watch part of his video since he has he has some of the podcast screenshots of how they explain themselves, and we'll get to that.
5 criminal charges. Her attorney tried to get the bail lowered to $10,000, finding that 3 of the charges were misdemeanors. Lori not pleased when the judge didn't budge. Now she plans to fight her extradition. Even though Lori is behind bars, her 2 children are still missing. Her new husband, Chad Daybell, sat in the crowd. And according to court paperwork, the 2 have been working together to make sure JJ and Tylee are never found. In late November, Rexburg police went to Lori's townhome. She wasn't there, but Chad and her brother Alex Cox were. It's important to note Alex is the one who killed Lori's husband, Charles.
Crazy ass people, man. Heavy.com always has a good little synopsis of everything going on. They're not good for like the full deep dive, but they usually give you kind of like 5 quick things about what's going on. We already know about the disappearance and why they were questioned and why she was eventually arrested, not producing the children. We know about her brother shooting her former husband. Lori Vallow was a podcaster affiliated with a religious group called Preparing a People, had a first husband who also died young. She was affiliated with a group called Preparing the People. Its website says, helping to prepare the people of this earth for the second coming of Jesus Christ. Preparing a People has posted a statement on its website. So if you go to their website right now, they actually, it actually has the look of like a Heaven's Gate type website, like the old school, looks like it was made on a computer in 1998. No graphics at all. You got a little moving water on the sands behind it. But like me, a tech retard, could make this website. Like, this is terrible. This is unauthorized levels of simplicity, what we're looking at here. But actually on their website, everything is scrubbed and it's only a statement about this case now. They say, oh, we're just a small multimedia company. We're not a cult. We're just a fun group. Yet they scrubbed literally every link from their website and every podcast that she was on. And they say Chad Daybell was an author and began publishing over 20 years ago under the name of Spring Creek Book Company. He spoke at some of the Preparing a People events, but had no ownership of it. So they're just distancing themselves from this case completely. They don't want anything to do with it. And his ex-wife was a popular librarian, initially believed to have perished under natural causes, but they're taking another look into that since the death of her and the death of Lori's ex-husband was around the same time, and then they end up being together 3 weeks later. That's what you would call suspicious. Chad Daybell is the author of an LDS-oriented books, and some people who know Lori allege she was influenced by a cult-like mentality. I don't know what this is. That's the kid that's missing. Kay Vallow Woodcock posted on Facebook that Joshua JJ Vallow was her grandson. Just a nice post about him, how he has so much more life to live. The post alleges she eventually deserted my brother and JJ for 2.5 months earlier this year. Charles did his best to save the marriage, of which he had no interest. On July 11, 2019, in Arizona, Charles went to Lori's home, which he paid for to get JJ and take to school. She and her brother, Alex, were there. Alex shot Charles twice in the chest, killing him, claiming self-defense. 4 people were there that day: Lori, Alex, and these 2 missing children. It's crazy. Should I know what LDS books are? Do you guys know what that means? LDS. Why do I know that term, but I can't think of it? According to his website, Daybell has worked in the publishing business for the past 2 decades, written 25 books. The Times of Turmoil series is a sequel to Chad's best-selling Standing in Holy Places series, which continues to find success in both the LDS bookstores. Latter-day Saints, duh. I was like, why is that on my tip of my tongue? Yeah, I got it. Jeez, I was like, that sounds familiar. I usually just hear Latter-day Saints, though. I didn't know they were abbreviating it. I didn't know it was so common. Yeah, Mormon. Yeah, okay. Chad is also known for his other novels, such as Chasing Paradise and the Emma trilogy, as well as his nonfiction books for the youth, including The Aaronic Priesthood and the Youth of Zion. He and his wife, Tammy, also create the Tiny Talk series for primary children. So this guy's just selling books all over the place. Yes, that was a children's book called, one more time, I'll get to that, called The Aaronic Priesthood and the Youth of Zion for children. Very nice. I'll get to that chapter video in a second. There's not like much more to the story. I don't know if there's any other weird details that I really have to point out. Family of Lori Daybell details Doomsday Mom descent into cult after her kids go missing. So basically, she like really got into this guy, really got into his teachings, into his books. Shortly after she starts like really getting into it, she has allegedly her brother shoot her husband. His wife mysteriously dies. They end up together. Then the kids go missing shortly after that. So you could break it down to any cult activities you want, but this sounds like 2 adults that wanted to be together, so they were going to do anything, and anybody that was in their way was going to get snuffed out. And it looks like these, I doubt they're hiding the kids, you know what I mean? Like that doesn't seem like a likely scenario. I'd be worried that these kids have passed on. I don't want to make that allegation without having the evidence, but what other reason, or where could they possibly be at this point? You're talking about 3-4 months. These kids have not been seen in 2020. That's pretty rare. They do have a podcast. Like I said, it's literally wiped from the Apple store. It's wiped from the Google store. I tried to get the episodes because I wanted to hear how this lady sounded. I'm sure some audio will emerge, but I can't find any right now. I searched YouTube for like events at their church, and they look to have a couple up there with full sermons, 2-hour people preaching about prophecies and whatnot. This is from Insider. What is preparing the people? According to his website, its mission is to prepare the people of this earth for the second coming of Jesus. Following the chain of mysterious events Vallow and Daybell have left in their wake, the organization associated with preparing a people, called Color My Media, has attempted to distance themselves from the mysterious couple. They said it's not a group, it's not a cult or something for people to join, but has educational lecture events that can be attended or watched on video. The company denied any involvement with the missing children. Well, of course, they're going to, what else are they going to say? Yeah, we're a cult. Yeah, we know all about those kids. Of course, they're just going to be like, well, they're actually not technically aligned with us, so we're just going to disavow. Like I said, the relatives raised concerns about this group. Daybell had spoken at several Preparing a People events, and he and Vallow had appeared together on episodes of the organization's podcast where they discussed insights from his 2 near-death experiences and his, quote, visionary gift. So he's one of these people, he can see things, he has visions, it just hits him and he sees things and he goes, he blacks out and he has these prophecies that come. It always happens this way with these, these modern day woo-woo type people. It's just, I can't explain it. I just get hit and I start having a vision. Write this down quick. They're fleeting visions. The podcast episode is no longer available to stream online. You have to do a pretty good job to wipe that out completely online. I'm guessing a lot of people didn't know about this. That's why it's not saved, but I'd really like to get my hands on that one episode that they were both on. This was like right in the height of all this stuff going on. Their spouse is dying, the kids going missing, and they're out there doing a podcast together. Very odd. Now there's people claiming that the Chad guy is not, he's not involved. He was actually wanting to get out of this relationship, but he's involved now. You mess with a crazy woman, you get rid of your spouse, she gets rid of hers. You're in a pact for life, my friend. Where Lori and Chad are now, well, she got arrested, so that's where she is. Mom of 2 missing kids said she was a god, threatened to kill husband, divorce papers show. So they just have evidence that she threatened her husband 1 million times and that she thought she was a god here to do work.
Hey, you, I of 2019, which is also suspicious.
So this is that chapter. I'll give you guys a link to this. We'll watch a little bit of it though, because he always does a good job putting stuff together.
Daybell and Lori Vallow are currently sorta on the run from the police after the mysterious disappearance of Lori's 2 children, 17-year-old Tylee and 7-year-old Joshua. The kids, well, they haven't been seen since September 2019. Chad and Lori have repeatedly lied about their location, and they're now considered persons of interest. So we're off to just a great start here, but let's go back and get into the whole shebang. Start with Lori's backstory, and then we'll get into old chatty Chad. Lori was born in 1973. She has been married 3 times. That's including her current marriage to Chad Daybell. Her first 2 hubbies, well, let's just say they didn't come out of the marriage to Lori unscathed, because they're both dead. Her first 2 husbands both died. Her first husband was Joseph Anthony Ryan. He is Lori's daughter Tylee's father. Now, he died of a heart attack in 2018. He was cremated, and his body, well, it can't be exhumed unless you want to see what you can find in dust. But the reason I want to bring it up that he can't be exhumed is because that's happening a lot with Lori and Chad's deceased partners. Next up was Charles Vallow, who was Joshua's father. Joshua, he has special needs. And so, as I said, Joseph, Lori's first husband, he died of a heart attack in 2018, right? I'm not exactly sure of when Lori and Charles got married, but, well, they didn't waste much time because by February 2019, they were separated. Now, why did Charles and Lori become estranged? You might be asking. Well, let's just say Lori, she has some beliefs. More specifically, the belief that she is a reincarnated.
He looks like he's getting a handy. He looks very confident.
God that has been sent to Earth to prepare people for Jesus' second coming, which, according to her, is in July 2020. So there's something to look forward to, I guess. Lori is convinced she is eternally married to the Mormon prophet Moroni. Lori told Charles she is a translated being who cannot taste death, sent by God to lead the 144,000 into the millennium. Wasn't it the millennium like 20 years ago?
So that's what she believes. That's what she's here to do. Who the hell is Mike? Can't see the channel. Oh, sorry. I thought I mentioned that chapter. It's called. I put a link up. I'll put it up again. Mike's the name of the guy that runs this channel that we're listening to. It's called That Chapter. This is people shouting about. They like. I guess a lot of people watch him. He does like quick little 20-minute updates on stories like this. So the only other part I want to get to in this video is the podcast thing.
I'll tell you why in a second. But for now, I thought we just read the blurb so we can get an idea of what's time to warrior up. It's all about. Jason Mao of the very popular thewarchapters.com has been speaking to youth and their parents from all over the US about what it means to be a true modern-day warrior for good. Time to warrior up is a nationwide movement to become all that we were destined to become in a shifting world that needs great leaders. Of course, what would warriors be without great women of faith and courage? This is why Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow had the idea to do this podcast featuring powerful women, mothers, youth, and mentors to encourage others along the pathway towards a hopeful future.
Now, just wanting to highlight some women on your podcast is one thing, but when you start calling yourself a god that can't taste death and you need to lead the new people into the millennium and save them for the second coming of Jesus in July 2020, that's when things probably go off the rails. So that just leaves us with where we're at now, and that is kids are still missing. She's arrested in Hawaii, sitting on $5 million bail, still not telling anybody where the kids are. And that's where the case ends for everybody for now, until there's any other updates. I came across this video when I was looking through, and it was called Chad Daybell Mischaracterized in the Media. And it's on a channel called Eyes Open with 1,000 subs. They turned their comments off. It's got 150 likes, 400 dislikes. And she says, in this episode, we talk about this lady has a professional working relationship with Chad Daybell and calls out the media and others who are spreading lies and messages of hate. So this woman is one of these people that also has visions. I'm only going to play a second of her. I just want you guys to hear.
Yeah, I saw some stuff coming, but I did not necessarily see the FBI and the
Objectively not crazy.
director of police after Chad Daybell.
Right. Well, that's it. You know, it's not very often someone you know close, their name goes to media, let alone national coverage. And so it's been disheartening for me and kind of sobering to see his.
So these people all follow his writings for the Latter-day Saints. They all follow his prophecies and things that he writes about and talks about. And they're the same people that they also claim to have visions, and they see things as well.
Picture on these news sources, and we know him so well. It's like, something's not adding up. And so
he's a great guy. Great guy. Where's the kids then? Like that's one thing they'll never answer is like, okay, he's with this woman. They're with 2 kids. They've been missing since September. If he's such a great guy, then why wouldn't he distance himself from the woman that has 2 missing kids? Even if he has nothing to do with it, he would instantly pull himself out of that situation and say, listen, she did something with her brother. He got into the relationship with this woman after her husband was killed. You don't take on a woman like that unless you're ready to do some battle.
I need to backtrack a little bit because actually I didn't see it, but I heard it. So there's a difference. Sometimes I see stuff, sometimes I hear it. So after his
She means like she's having visions or hears things. She didn't see it this time. She heard it. It was beamed into her.
wife died, we'll go into this. After his wife died, I had some interesting thought messages come to me.
Thought messages.
Had a few interesting visuals, but sometimes you don't know if it's a light or a dark feed to discern where the source is.
I couldn't understand what she said. I've listened to this 4 times already.
Sometimes I see stuff, sometimes I hear it. So after his wife died, we'll go into this. After his wife died, I had some interesting thought messages come to me. Had a few interesting visuals, but sometimes you don't know if it's a light or a dark feed to discern where the source is.
You don't know if it's a light one or a dark one. You have to discern where the source is. So she's getting messages. They're beaming into her and they're telling her friend that she knows and the person that she reads is the greatest guy in the world. And she knows because her thought messages were beamed into her.
Right.
She'd get her on the stand.
Can you briefly go into your history of knowing and working with Chad?
Yeah, I'm not interested in it. I just wanted you guys to know she's got thought messages being beamed in. We're gonna wrap up here pretty soon. I just thought that was a cool story to come and hang out and tell. I'm sure there's other pieces to it that I'm missing, but for a hangout stream, I thought that'd be a nice little story to go through. It has all the different kind of elements of a weird one. Figured it'd be good for the spooky channel to do kind of a first edition of a little hangout on this channel. Very light over here. We'll do this from time to time. We'll find like a kind of creepy story that's in the mainstream media or that's in international publications that's real big, and if it's got like this element to the spooky side, we'll try to cover it and do a deeper dive into it. And I thought that was one that deserved it because I was reading it, I was like, wow, this shit's kind of interesting. But like I said, one more time, now that we got more people here, Spooky Sunday tomorrow. Usually it's just going to be the Sunday stream. Every once in a while we'll pop on here for a hangout. Unsolved mysteries is the topic that we're going to be doing. I'm going to start doing research onto it tonight and most of it tomorrow. So if anybody has any suggestions for unsolved mysteries, not just the TV show, but just unsolved mysteries in general, just leave a comment underneath this video when it's uploaded, or hit me up on Twitter, hit me up in Discord, any way you can get a hold of me, and I will try to make that happen. I got a few, I pretty much got 5 already. I wrote down the Georgia Guidestones, Boston Paintings Heist, Knights of the Golden Circle, Amelia Earhart, and the Devil's Triangles are 5 that I'm going to get into, but I'm looking for like 5 more. So if you guys want to send any over my way, I'll look into them. And if they're cool enough, I'll add them to the show. Other than that, I appreciate you guys hanging out. That was fun. One Step has a video coming pretty much. It's probably 8:30, I'm guessing, since I'm done at 8:20 here. So go over to One Step's channel and check them out. I don't know if anybody else here has anything dropping, but if you do, just write it down in the chat right now, when and where they can find you. And everybody sub to everybody. We need to be doing that. And everybody else, if you're watching the fight tonight, enjoy it. Hopefully some of you guys I'm talking to during or after the fight will have a little chat about what happened. But other than that, yeah, we're just going to get out of here and make sure you to bookmark this channel because we'll be live here tomorrow with Spooky Sunday episode number 17 already. I know it's crazy. We're already up to 17. So I appreciate you guys hanging out. I seriously do. It was very fun just to hang out for an hour exactly, pretty much. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. And as always, I will see you in the next one.
Shout out to Benton. And shout out to everybody. Coming up on the 4 hour, 44 second mark of the stream. I'm thinking of going to close it down. It is 4 something in the morning. But shout out to you all. I hope you enjoyed the stream in honor of our buddy Davey Crocko. Rest in peace, brother. And this will be something we will continue for sure going forward. So peace and blessings. Take it easy. And see you all soon. All right, 4 hours, 44 minutes, 44 seconds. Peace and love. Have a good night. See y'all soon.